Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umerithika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amin. May I start?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honor members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of senior staff from the Parliament of Uganda seated in the Speaker's Gallery. They are Mr. William Lubowa, Assistant Director and Leader of Delegation, Mr. Douglas Ewongu, Senior Economist, Ms. Mataka Janet, Senior Economist, Mr. Martin Basala, Economist, Mr. David Seyenyo, Economist, Mr. Sam Mwekatse, Economist, and Ms. Flavia Bibirie Rita, Economist also. They are in the country on a benchmarking visit and attachment to our Parliamentary Budget Office running from 24th to 28th of February 2020. And on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I wish to welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the course of their stay in the country. I thank you, my members.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
I'm aware that there are quite a number of members who have brought some petitions, but apparently they have not reached the chamber. I've looked at them and approved them, but I think they have not, you must have brought them a bit late. So they will present them tomorrow. The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism, Honorable Dr. Victor Munyaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, February 26th, 2020. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism on 1, the study visit to the United Kingdom by the Committee on the Gaming Bill 2019, and 2, the committee's delegation to the 2019 All Africa Games in Rabat, Morocco. Thank you very much.
Very well.
I beg to table.
Very well. The Honorable Wafula Munyenyi, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, February 26, 2020. A report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the vetting of Mrs. Mary Wanjira Kimonye for the appointment to the position of Principal Secretary for the State Department for Public Service. I wish to lay the report, Mr. Speaker. To table the report.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Munyenyi.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I wish to give notice of the following motion. The Speaker, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments, Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mrs. Mary Wanjira Kimonye as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Public Service.
There is an indication, very well. There's an indication that the Honorable Kenta is to give notice of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of the Select Committee on Implementation on its examination of the implementation status of the resolution of the House of 6 June 2019 regarding the conditional approval of Ms. Mwende Munzi for appointment as Ambassador of Kenya to Seoul, South Korea, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 27, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House rejects the nomination of Ms. Mwende Munzi for appointment as Ambassador representing the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Under this segment, questions by private notice, first being by the member for Narok East, Honorable Aramat.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask a question by private notice. The Cabinet Secretary for Health. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm that 8 Chinese nationalists arrived from Wangun City, China, at the epicenter of the outbreak of coronavirus and traveled to Section 5 Dukamoja camp of the SGR camp site at Narok East on Saturday, 22nd February 2020, and been isolated since then? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the said Chinese were properly screened and provided the reasons why they were allowed into the country instead of being isolated in suitable, distinct isolation center? 3, what mechanism are there in place to ensure that all foreigners and visitors from China and other affected countries are properly screened where necessary and isolated for the standard period in places before being allowed entry into the country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Apparently, you are avoiding to read the one designated places. What is the problem? and you say they are not Chinese nationalists. They are Chinese nationals. They are not nationalists. They are nationals. Well, it reads nationals, not nationalists. Well, the question to be prioritized by the Committee on Health, I can see the chairperson is, this question should be prioritized. It's a question by private notice about those 8 Chinese nationals who are said to be hiding somewhere in Narok East in some construction site. It's important. You see, that's why when you are a chairperson, you must pay attention to questions being asked. And this is a question by private notice. It therefore requires a response within 3 days. The next question, which is the honorary question, is by the member for Mwala, the Honorable Vincent Musau. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask question number 019/2020, the order paper to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 1, what criteria is used to determine and classify hardship areas in the country? And why has Mwala constituency not been classified as hardship area? 2, could the ministry consider classifying Mwala constituency as an hardship area to avoid mass transfer of teachers to other areas? And 3, what measures is the ministry undertaking to address the increase in teacher-student ratio due to high enrollment as a result of government policy on 100% transition? Thank you.
Question will be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Kipkelion West, Honorable Hilary Kosgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Industry, Trade and Cooperatives. could the Cabinet Secretary explain the process followed in the recruitment and subsequent appointment of the current Managing Director of Kenya Bureau of Standards? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the basis on which experienced technical managers were transferred by the Managing Director of KEBS in December 2019 without regard to their professional and technical qualifications and without approval of the National Standards Council? 3, what is the progress made so far with regard to the implementation of the Standards and Quality Infrastructure Reforms Task Force since it was concluded? And 5, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether KEBS has implemented the recommendations of the Auditor General's report of July 2019? And if no, explain why KEBS continues to pursue the expansion of the pre-export verification of conformity program, commonly called PVOC, before addressing the concerns raised by the Auditor General's report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be responded to before the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Next question by the member for Awendo, Honorable John Awino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 021-2020 to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Question number 1, when will the outstanding arrears owed to sugarcane farmers who delivered cane to Sony Sugar Factory be paid, including other suppliers for the goods and services rendered to the factory? Question number 2, when will the management of the company pay workers and employees considering that they have not been paid for over 6 months? Question number 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that plant maintenance is carried out regularly on the said factory? And question number 4, could the ministry consider upgrading all government-owned sugar factories in the country with modern technology and equipment for efficient and effective operations that will cut on maintenance costs and increase production? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be responded to before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Next question by the member for Kikuyu, Honorable Ishongwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And before, Honorable Speaker, I read that question, let me appreciate you for recognizing...
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
But
yes,
either way, Honorable Speaker, let me appreciate the presence of the primary school that I attended, Kikuyu Township Primary School. The class 8 of Kikuyu Township Primary School who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery, where I was 30 years ago, exactly 30 years ago, Honorable Speaker, I was a class 8 pupil at Kikuyu Township Primary School, and as I welcome them to the National Assembly, to encourage them to work hard in their KCP this year. Maybe in another 15 to 20 years, they will be standing here as members of parliament and as respectable citizens of this country. Honorable Speaker, my question is to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, asking 1, what is the status and quantum of all the unpaid bills in the ministry headquarters, at the National Police Service and at the Prisons Department, including those that have been classified as ineligible or as unpayable? 2, what are the reasons as to why part of the pending bills have been ascertained as ineligible or unpayable? What persons or companies are owed these amounts? And what is the period the unsettled bills have been outstanding? 3, what measures have been instituted towards resolution of the payment dispute with some of the suppliers, Honorable Speaker, some of whom you have seen demonstrating in the streets, especially from the Prisons Department, including authenticating their claims, and when will these outstanding bills owed to the suppliers and contractors be paid? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be responded to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Last question by the member for Mwea, Honorable Kabinga Washira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had asked this question under private notice because of the urgency of the matter. And I hope that it can be considered so. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask this question to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Fiscal Planning. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the current ownership of a land parcel number Mutithi Omwea Mutithi stripe 1449 that is earmarked for the construction of Wamumu Kenya Medical Research Institute Center in Mwea constituency? Who are the original owners? Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of those who have illegally acquired the same said land? 3, what urgent steps is the ministry taking to ensure that Kemri is given the title? Again, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I could add that this is a very urgent matter. We have a presidential directive to have this project start, but it can't start because the title is still being held. Thank you.
The only thing we can do is bearing in mind that they are not, I don't think whether there has been any other question directed at the Committee on Lands. I'm sure you know how hardworking the chairperson, Honorable Nyamai, is. So I'm sure she will, within no time, give you a response to this one. To be responded to before the Committee on Lands. Honourable members, that concludes question time. Before we proceed to the next segment of that order, let me recognize now formally the pupils from Kikuyu Township Primary School, Kikuyu constituency in Kiambu County. And in the public gallery, those from Kapkures Primary School, Endebess constituency, Trans Nzoia County, those from Koilel High School, Gilgil constituency, Nakuru County, and those from Pure's Village, pupils, Dagoretti North constituency, Nairobi County. They are all welcome to observe the proceedings in the National Assembly this afternoon. Now, just a minute. Just, I hope you can, if you are not consulting so loudly, you would, I'm sure Professor Tuitoek will not have difficulties. I said that was the first segment of that order. Obviously, that implies that there is another segment. Now, before you even go to what you may be saying, let me allow the Honorable Wafula Munyinyi, who has, I think, stepped in as an agent of necessity into the leadership of the Committee on Administration and National Security to give a response on the business that was transacted by the committee in the last session of Parliament. Honorable Munyinyi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, sir. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, F report on questions and your communication of Thursday, 13th February 2020, I wish to present a statement on the status of questions referred to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security and state as follows. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that on Wednesday, 19th, 2020, I issued a statement on the status of questions referred to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, during which concern was raised by the House Majority Leader, the Honorable Duale, that there was variance between the number of questions referred to the committee as stated in my statement against records in the table office. Mr. Speaker, I wish to confirm that indeed there was variance which was inadvertent and is highly regretted, Mr. Speaker. The variance has since been reconciled, and I wish now to report to the House on the status of questions before the committee during the past session. Mr. Speaker, the committee received a total of 101 questions, of which 35 questions were answered and disposed. Mr. Speaker, 7 questions were answered, but the committee requested for clarification from the ministry as the answers were not satisfactory. Mr. Speaker, 21 questions were deferred for various reasons, and I'll state the reasons, Mr. Speaker. 13 were dropped and 25 are still pending before the committee. Mr. Speaker, the reasons for the questions that were either deferred or dropped are as follows. 1, when a member has failed to come and ask the question without the permission from the chairperson of the committee. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, when the ministry, when the request by the member for the answer to be suspended or postponed, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, the inability of the minister to appear before the committee and respond to questions due to other official engagements. And here I must state, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Coordination has never appeared before our committee to respond to questions. And you recall that this matter has been before the House before, Mr. Speaker. So it's also been a factor that has affected the committee's performance. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also occasionally provided unsatisfactory answers, making it very difficult for the committee to proceed. Ministers requesting for more time has also been an issue that has taken a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, to allow them bring comprehensive answers. And finally, the inability by the ministers to respond to matters matters which are under investigation by either DCI or are pending in court. Mr. Speaker, a schedule is attached, and I would like to seek your approval, your acceptance that you allow me to table the schedule, which has details giving the detail of the member, the particulars of the member, the question, status, and so on, Mr. Speaker. And I want finally to say, on behalf of the committee, we apologize for the fiasco, for what has taken place, for the failure to present this statement accurately, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Well, I think honourable members have heard for themselves, and members are able to make their own independent judgment as to the member for West Mugirango already says poor performance of the committee. But you see, I think committees, and I noticed that even the members of that committee are not listening. But I think it is fair that the House, at an appropriate time, has an opportunity, maybe after going through that report which has been tabled, to express itself on the performance of this committee, whose membership includes the indomitable Peter Opondo Kaluma and Didymus Barasa, among others, because we've just been told 35 questions were satisfactorily responded to out of 101. Then 21 were deferred, I don't know. And they say the Cabinet Secretary has never appeared. I don't know. Anyway, it's up to you, members of the House, to make decisions as you find appropriate regarding that performance. But I think it would be good for members to look at that report. Yesterday, nominee 001 had indicated that his committee had done very well with the 24 questions. Now, these are added at 1. But surely, you have not even covered half of the questions. Anyhow, that's just a recorded fact. And maybe at an appropriate time, the House should be able to debate this. We are not passing judgment, the Honorable Kaluma. We are not passing any judgment at all. The member for, sorry, Honorable Kaluma, you wanted to say something? Yeah, you wanted to say something?
Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the sensitivities of the issues the committee deals with make it difficult for us at times to report directly to the House. Well, this is the Security Committee. But you will note, Mr. Speaker, that though we are talking about 101 questions against 35 substantially reported upon to the House, even the members who asked the questions are not complaining. Many are the matters which we deal with in terms of direct enforcement. I give you an example, Mr. Speaker. When the members of parliament from Kitui County raised the issue, which was the security situation in Kitui and the neighboring counties, Honorable Duale will confirm we flew there under very difficult circumstances, so that you will not see a report, but the MPs, in terms of having the issues they raised addressed, are very satisfied. And I think that is the direction we'll be seeking in future. Where the issue that needed to be addressed has been substantially or actually dealt with, do we still need to report, more so considering the sensitivities of the situation?
The report would be saying that this question was summarized. Dealt with.
I remember on a day, Mr. Speaker, we went to Baragoi, and you know how sensitive it was. And the MPs from there will tell you, under very difficult circumstances, they had colleagues, and the issue has been sorted out. So a report may not be seen, and the fact that you do not see the report does not mean there is no action. The fact of the matter is that each member of parliament who raised a question with the committee will tell you they are quiet because they are satisfied with the actions so far taken. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, but we will report on those other ones.
Very well. Maybe those two examples we have given are among the 35 which have been reported as satisfactory.
Those ones we have not reported to. Mr. Speaker, this is the committee Honorable Jode used to call government. Government goes into action in most of these matters. We may not write much, but we go into action. Yes.
Very well. Member for Mogotio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to raise on a very grave matter concerning a farm called Mezani Africa, who purported to have carried out a survey in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned that the public may have been given information which may not be truly factual. The information may have been half-baked. We'd like to know whether this particular farm had a particular methodology to carry out surveys in our constituencies. We'd like to know whether they conducted the CDA board to check on all our proposals and the status of these proposals before they embarked on evaluating them. We also want to know whether they conducted our fund managers in various constituencies. They may have actually talked to a few members here, but they cannot afford to extend all that information or other conclusion to the 290 constituencies. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want this particular farm, to be investigated, or the particular committee can look into it to find out how they carried out this activity, because many members here are concerned. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you indulge on this matter. Thank you. I ask for your guidance on this matter.
Well, the only thing that I can say about that is, Honorable John Bandi, you want to speak to the matter?
Mr. Speaker, I've personally not looked at that report because sometimes I don't spend my valuable time looking at conmen who are in the streets there. But my fund manager called me and said that there is this information that constituencies have been ranked. And first of all, I didn't want to even ask him how has my constituency been ranked. But the next thing I asked him, did these people come to our constituency? And he said the only thing he received from those people was an email, which he didn't even respond to because it was after the time they had requested. So what I hear was happening was that some information was sought by an amorphous institution, which I can't even remember the name, Mizani Africa, so his members know it. But, Mr. Speaker, you are to complete that form and return to them, and based on that, they rank the constituencies, whether it's the best performing or the least performing or whatever it is. I just wanted to give confidence to my friend who has raised this matter. That's why I've stood, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't think this is a matter that should even we should spend our time as a House debating, because really, someone who has just sent a form for people to fill, some filled the form, some did not complete the form, and they have decided to make some people happy by saying that some constituencies are the best performing. You know, when a constituency is best performing in managing resources, it will be known, because the auditor will come to your constituency and audit and report on it. But, Mr. Speaker, my last comment, how I wish the majority leader allowed me to prosecute this. Mr. Speaker, let the MP not be bothered, because I know the objective of some of these things. You know, last time, I've been here for a while. Mr. Speaker, there were some MPs who made sure that they used some institution, which was called the National Taxpayers Association. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm also told probably that is what's happening with this one. If you didn't contribute, if you don't give money, you will always be ranked low. And there are some members here who are actually always ranked number 1, number 2. And by the way, coincidentally, people bought it and they became governors. I'm telling you, one of them is the most unpopular governor today because he cannot manage resources. You know, managing resources is not something you fake. If you are good in managing resources, it will be seen on the ground. So I want to tell MPs here, don't bother with these reports. Let them rank you even the lowest, so long as you know you are doing the right thing. Those who are paying people all over the place to rank them high, I don't know whether you paid or not. I'm just reporting what I've been told. If I am saying I've heard, so unless you are stopping me from hearing, because I've been told Babu Owino has actually told me that he was called to give money and he didn't give. But the point is that he abused them, and I think that is what we should do. Personally, no one approached me, so I can't say they asked me for money. But me, I'm experienced enough now, Mr. Speaker. If you want to rank me low or high, the sober people are seeing what I'm doing. So let us have our peace. These people who ranked us, and I'm happy that the board has already communicated, the CDF board. So what do we need the committee to go and do? To deal with every quack in the streets. My only concern is these MPs who go to when they are invited by people we don't even know their character. They just go, and I saw Abdul Samad, who is a very loyal member of my party, taking Baba and putting into such a shame. You know, that is what annoyed me. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, Baba is someone we need to respect. Mr. Speaker, even the registration of this institution is in doubt. The registration of this institution is in doubt. Mr. Speaker, I wish I could be allowed time. The registration of this institution is questionable. How do you take a report of such an institution and take to Baba? Mr. Speaker, that is the bit I didn't like at all, and I want to caution those who are taking every other thing to Baba. Please be careful, because Baba is an institution. We don't want him to be scandalized anyhow. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
But, honour members, there is a heavy business. There is a heavy business on this. Is it the desire of the House that the select committee digs into this matter and reports, because the select committee is a committee of this house, it may be in a better position to find out, in conjunction with the board, who those people are. No. See, don't get excited. You see, some of you are fond of raising one finger like this. I don't know. Now, it is not good. Don't raise one finger. Maybe, no, I don't want us to spend time on this. The House can either agree that your committee goes and deals with it and reports to the House. Who are these people? Honorable Maure.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the business name is Mizani Soft Africa. The business number being BN2RCDVEB, and then the date of registration is 14th of June 2019, and the nature of business is supposed to be online digital marketing. And now, Mr. Speaker, the address of that company is P.O. Box 987, Ronangala Street. Now, Mr. Speaker, the information raised by members is pertinent. The ratings that were done, they were done up to number 29, and the rest of the information appearing was created by the clever Kenyans.
Yeah?
The clever Kenyans created another list, so that must be raising the eyebrows from many members. And on top of the 29, they are not said to have done anything else. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that the committee will be able to summon this entity called Mizan Africa and the CTF board, so they can give to the committee the scientific methodology used, the capabilities they have in both resources and personnel to traverse the 290 constituencies in order to give any information that they may purport to give. So, Mr. Speaker, between now and that time, I would ask for patience for the members so that the clerk will be able to organize the necessary summons as soon as possible, or as soon as the House may direct.
1 week. 2 weeks.
No, 2 weeks should be enough.
2 weeks is enough. We hope that they can be located through those. No, let's not discuss this. It's not everything that is business. Let's not spend valuable House time. Let the committee go and deal with it, and in 2 weeks, come and report to the House what they have found. Abdul Swamad, chair of PIC. You have another issue.
Bwana Spika, kwa heshima na taadhima, ningependa tu, kwa sababu kiongozi wangu amenitaja kwa jina hapa, ningependa tu kumweleza sina haja ya nafasi yako. Ukiona niko na baba, ujue mapenzi yetu yalitoka kabla wewe, na yale msimamo wetu ni kabla wewe. Haya mengine tutayatatua yatakavyokuja, lakini mimi ningeomba waachie wengine waingize jina la baba. Wewe uko hapa kuhakikisha ya kwa unalitetea, sio kuliingiza kwa wengine. Asante sana Bwana Speaker.
Debate in the House is never conducted the way you have. You are never supposed to address any other member, and more so, your leader in the House, in the manner that you have. It should always be through the chair. You see, you could attract some other consequences. And it can be either noisy or messy, or I'm sure you are used to those terms. Let's go to the next order. Yes, what is the point of order? Chair of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for that directive, Mr. Speaker, because I know there's also another one circulating. But I wanted to ask you about, there's another one for women repair. I wanted to ask you about the directive you have given from the question asked by Honorable Member Aramat from Narok. The issue of coronavirus, Mr. Speaker, is a very serious issue in this Republic of Kenya. And I also appreciate that you have said, given us 3 days, so that we can be able to answer that question. That drives us to next week. But Mr. Speaker, if we have Chinese people who came and now in Naivasha being held somewhere, is that a matter of health or security, Mr. Speaker? We know at the Immigration Department there's supposed to be a lot of monitoring for the people who are coming inside Kenya. Immigration Department is managed heavily by the Ministry of Interior. So, Mr. Speaker, I would have loved for you to give further direction, whether we can be able to also do a joint meeting with the ministry that is in charge of security, because this is not just a health matter, but also a very heavy security risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, but your ministry would be able to confirm whether they have quarantined any Chinese nationals. If they are not aware of any such, they will just give that kind of answer. And the matter ends there. It's up to the member now because if a member chooses knowingly and willfully to misdirect a question, he must bear the full consequences of inadequacies of the response that may come. If because he chose health, the docket you oversight will just come and state whether they are aware of any nationals, Chinese, or whatever the kind, whatever nationality they may be, who may be quarantined. That's all. That should end there. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of the budget policy statement 2020.
Chair, budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order number 232, subsequent 7, relating to presentation of the budget policy statement and the debt management strategy, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the budget policy statement 2020 by a period of 7 days from 27th February 2020, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned in the statement that I read yesterday, the House is aware that we have been listening, and we've just concluded this morning, Honorable Speaker, listening to the last committee at about 2 p.m., the Finance and Trade Committee. And Honorable Speaker, we are here to meet with the Parliamentary Service Commission, which we intend to meet with tomorrow, the Auditor General and the Judiciary tomorrow, and thereafter meet with the National Treasury on Friday, and be able to retreat on Friday, Saturday to Sunday, to be able to do our report on the budget policy statement and the debt management strategy for 2020. And we'll be able, Honorable Speaker, all factors being held constant, to table our report next week on Tuesday 3rd. But as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act only gives us 14 days from the time the BPS and the debt management strategy paper are laid in the House. And from the days, if you count the days from the time when these documents were tabled in the House by the leader of majority, the 14 days lapsed tomorrow, Thursday. And as I have indicated, it was not practical, given that this year we were interrupted by the unfortunate passing on of His Excellency, the late President Daniel Moi. And therefore, committees had a very short time to be able to consider the BPS and the debt management strategy paper. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm also aware, and the House is aware, that there is effort to amend the Act to at least provide more time to even allow the departmental committees and other stakeholders engage more meaningfully than just the 14 days. And the proposal was probably to have it to about 28 to 30 days to mid-March, when committees can have adequate time to consider the BPS. And Honorable Speaker, I therefore want to ask that the House supports this extension of time, and hopefully we'll be able to do this and complete by end of next week, have it approved, hopefully by Wednesday or Thursday, and thereafter be able to publish the Division of Revenue Bill, which hopefully we'll be able to consider and finalize also the week after. There are also indications, Honorable Speaker, there is likely to be a second supplementary budget this quarter, which we must consider before we get the final estimates for the next financial year 2020-21, Honorable Speaker, by the end of April. And with that, I beg the House to support, and I beg to move and request the Leader of Majority to second.
Leader of
Speaker,
Majority.
I think that procedural motion is very, very clear. The chairman is just asking for an extension of time so that between now and Monday he concludes the budget policy debate and table a report on Tuesday next week, so that the House Business Committee under your chair, Mr. Speaker, last night agreed with the procedural motion, so I second.
Order, members, order, members, order. Order. Please, even as you move around, allow us to transact the business of the House. So, those of you who have never looked at an order paper, please, I want to encourage you to know how to see it in your gadgets. I know you're having problems, many of you, those who have not taken time to understand how it is to access the order paper. Honorable Mwashetani, member, Honorable Mwashetani and the team there. This is the plenary of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. Honourable members, I propose a question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order number 232, subsection 7, relating to presentation of budget policy statement and the draft management strategy, the debt management strategy, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the budget policy statement 2020 by a period of 7 days from 27th of February 2020. I'm assuming that everybody understood what was being said, including the team which appears. How is it that the Honorable Mwashetani, your team? Yeah, that was. Are you advancing the principles enshrined in Article 27, gender? I will now put the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 232, subsection 7, relating to the presentation of budget policy statement and the debt management strategy, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the budget policy statement 2020 by a period of 7 days from 27th of February 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Yeah, next order.
Order number 9, the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, second reading.
Just look at the standing, the order paper. You know what it is we are supposed to be doing. Honourable members, debate on this sergeant at arms for the new members, like those ones who are busy arguing there. Those members, and one of them is the vice chair of the commission. Once you have gotten into that door, you can't come and purport to have now another consultation there. Please, either you make your way through or take a seat. Honourable members, debate on this bill was concluded, and what remained was the question to be put, which I hereby do. That the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation, development and promotion of the tea industry and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, report on audited financial statements for the Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund, the Universal Service Fund, and the Water Sector Trust Fund. Question to be put.
Order, members, order. We still, the two leaders of majority and minority, you are out of order with the chairman of Public Investments Committee. You're interfering with the flow of business. Honourable members, again, debate on this one was concluded, so what remains is a question to be put, which I hereby do, that this House adopts a report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited financial statements for the Agricultural Trustee Fund for the year ended 30th June 2016, the Universal Service Fund for the year ended 30th June 2017, and the Water Sector Trust Fund for the year ended 30th June 2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, October 29th, 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Those who are contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, special motion, approval of nominees for appointment as cabinet secretaries.
Deputy Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following special motion. That taking into account the finding of the Committee on Appointment in its fourth report on the vetting of nominees for approval as cabinet secretaries laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th February 2020, and pursuant to provisions of Article 152(2) of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as cabinet secretaries. 1, Honorable Mutai Kagwe to the Ministry of Health, and 2, Betty Chemutai Maina, CBS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade, and Enterprise Development. And as I proceed to move this, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank yourself, Mr. Speaker, for the wonderful steering that you've done to the Committee on Appointment, and also to the Clerks Department, together with its Secretariat, for the wonderful job also well done. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Appointments is established under Standing Order 204.1, and the committee's function is set out under the same standing order, which provides that the Committee on Appointments shall consider for approval of the House appointments under Article 152(2) of the Constitution, which provides that the President shall nominate and, with approval of the National Assembly, appoint cabinet secretaries. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, through the Head of Public Service, forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration, approval, the notification of nomination of Honorable Mutai Kagwe, EGH, as Cabinet Secretary nominee for Health, and Mrs. Betty Maina, CBS, as Cabinet Secretary nominee for Industrialization, Trade, and Enterprise Development. This was in accordance with the provisions of Article 152(2) of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011. Honorable Speaker, you will recall that the notification of both Mutai Kagwe and Betty Maina as Cabinet Secretaries was received on the 23rd, January 2020, a time when the House was in recess. And pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42(2), you then, Honorable Speaker, caused the message to be transmitted to every member of Parliament on the 24th January 2020. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42(1), on Monday, February 10th, 2020, in your communication, you informed the House that notification for nomination of Honorable Kagwe and Honorable Betty Maina, nominee for the positions of Cabinet Secretary, Industrialization and Trade Development by His Excellency the President. And further, Mr. Speaker, Pursuant to Section 4 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approvals Act and Standing Order 204, the names and curriculars vitae were committed to the Committee on Appointments for approval hearing and reporting to the House within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, when the committee sat, and you are aware, there was a lot of concern about the 14-day notice. That in 14 days, you cannot be able to do all that is supposed to be done for a proper vetting process. Mr. Speaker, I had the benefit of attending an approval hearing some time ago in the US. I think in the year 2006, they were vetting the Attorney General at that time. And Mr. Speaker, it would take even up to 2 months, sometimes up to 6 months. Because then you need to go to the details, the letters that you write out to the specific corporations to look at the particular nominee. You are able to, again, come and look at them so that you make an informed decision. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention that bit because going forward, I am aware that you are interested in changing the standing orders and even changing the law, Mr. Speaker, so as for that particular committee on appointments to do a better and more thorough job. Mr. Speaker, by close of business on Tuesday, 18th February 2020 at 5 p.m., the committee had not received any submissions. This should be very clear, honorable members. When these matters are taken to the public, it is expected that any issues against those particular nominees will be sent to the National Assembly and specifically to the committee that is going to deal with it. But at the end of the time that was given, no complaint or no memoranda, whether in support or opposing, had been brought before the House. So, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution, the Public Appointment and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011 and Standing Order 45.3, the general public was on Friday, 14th February 2020, was notified in the print media. And by the clerk to the National Assembly for the intention of the Committee on Appointments to conduct approval hearing for the nominees on the 20th February 2020 at 10 a.m. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, 12 February 2020, pursuant also to Section 4 and 6.3 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, the clerk in writing invited the nominees for approval hearing, indicating the time and place for vetting. Mr. Speaker, on the same day, on Wednesday, 12 February 2020, the clerk of the National Assembly wrote to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Mr. Speaker, there were also some concerns, I would say, by the committee on particularly issues like the Higher Education Loans Board being involved in this. Many citizens, when they are approached to bring this before the House, some of them have been continuously paying, for example, the higher education loans. But when they are given any appointment, there is a requirement that they should pay off immediately in one go. Mr. Speaker, that was a concern by the committee that for as long as a person has not defaulted and they continue paying, there should be no necessity of them having to pay the entire amount at one go. Mr. Speaker, there was also an issue where sometimes the tax authorities, in terms of giving out the tax compliance, simply writes a letter and say that particular individual has complied or has not complied. Mr. Speaker, tax issues are very complicated and complex. And you will be aware, Mr. Speaker, we have some tax gurus in this House, including the minority leader, tax experts. It is extremely difficult to determine whether somebody has complied with tax payment or not. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you might deny a person some employment because of issues tax which are not completely substantiated. These are things that are arguable, and therefore the committee also looked at it and said, these are things that we probably need to do in future and look at it properly. And remember also, Mr. Speaker, like in one of the nominees that were brought before this House before, the criminal records did not indicate that they could be given a certificate of good conduct. But Mr. Speaker, when they went to court, they brought it. and we are able to approve on that basis. These are some of the things that we probably need to look them further so as to make sure that every individual, every nominee who is brought before the House are given due fairness. Mr. Speaker, for another thing, the issue of political affiliation. If you are having a nominee for a ministerial position, some of these people have participated in very serious political activities, including leading political parties. It becomes very difficult for you to deny a person an opportunity just because they were they had political party affiliations. Maybe what should have happened, Mr. Speaker, is we should say once somebody has been approved, they should not hold those public party affiliations, Mr. Speaker. That is, those are some of the concerns that we looked at. And as we went to the real issue of vetting these candidates, we noticed that we probably need to go even further to differentiate, even for the public, to know that there is a complete difference between vetting and, looking at a person in terms of trying to get them to have employment by way of an interview. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the concerns that the committee also had. And when we now went to the details, Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of interest for both the nominees, because there are some live issues that are in the Republic as we speak. There was the issue of coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, the nominees were taken to, the nominee to health was taken to task on issues coronavirus. Are we prepared? Because looking at the way things are happening in the world, Mr. Speaker, it is not if, but it is when we are likely to be hit by some of these very serious. Know if that virus was a bit difficult. But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at issues, and that is what we discussed with the nominee. Because at that point, we wanted to know whether he is sufficiently prepared to deal with some of these very life issues. So in terms of coronavirus, for example, do we have sufficient areas where you can confine or quarantine people who are affected? Those are the kind of issues that the committee raised in great detail. There were also issues of cancer, Mr. Speaker. Now, the committee was very concerned that many citizens in this republic are going to other countries for treatment. Is it a possibility that this particular nominee had the mind to make sure that in a very short while, he is able to establish some centers so that citizens are not left in the masses of having to go to very, very far places to seek treatment and have cheap treatment locally? Mr. Speaker, it came to the knowledge of the committee through the discussions that we had that in fact some governments abroad and even the government here are willing to do it, but probably they didn't have sufficient land where they can set up these things. So we asked the nominee whether he could fast track that if he got the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there was also the live issue about NHIF. It is an extremely serious matter. You know, the NHIF is supposed to serve the public. Sometimes we are not very sure whether it is now still a social responsibility or it has become commercialized. Those are the kind of things that the nominee was taken to task about, among others. And Mr. Speaker, he did very well. I think because of his long-standing workings with the public and private sector, he seemed to have a grasp of some of these things. We then realized that, you know, when you have to appoint somebody, for example, to a technical ministry like health, we don't really need to just have a doctor. We could also have a manager, and he proved like he's a manager himself. And that is why it was very convincing to the members that he probably is able to work in this particular docket very well. When we came to the other nominee, Mr. Speaker, because I want to be brief, I know the second I will be having much more to say in this line. She looked like she also had a very good experience. She has worked in different departments. She has worked in the private sector. At one point, she was in charge of KEPSA as a CEO, and that is very relevant to the ministry which she has been nominated to. She also has been a cabinet, not a permanent secretary, a principal secretary, Mr. Speaker, and in the departments that she has worked in, she has proved that she's very efficient. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution, you know, in addition, sets out certain requirements regarding appointments of persons to public office. And the Constitution provides that the state shall take legislative and other measures to implement the principles of not more than 2/3 of members of elective or appointive bodies being of the same gender. The committee observed that if the nominees were approved, the cabinet will comprise of 7 women and 14 men, which therefore will be in compliance with the 2/3 gender requirement. And Mr. Speaker, also Article 132 of the Constitution provides that the composition of the National Executive shall reflect regional and ethnic diversity of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that Honorable Mutahi Kagwe hails from Nyeri County and Betty Chemutai Maina hails from Sosiot in Kericho County. The committee further observed that although the Article 130 of the Constitution provides requirement for regional and ethnic diversity of the people, there is need for these terms to be clearly defined. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear on this particular one, particularly the issue of regional balance. Mr. Speaker, there used to be regions. It is very difficult to find regions in the Constitution. It's not there. There used to be regions in the previous Constitution, the 8 regions. Somebody coming from Nairobi will be a region. Coming from the Rift Valley will be another region. But in the current Constitution, it is not very clear. This is a place where we really need to look at and make sure that we are able to define the regions. Are we talking about counties? Are we talking about constituencies? Or we are just talking about ethnic tribes? But now if we talk about ethnic tribes, ethnicity also is placed in the Constitution. Now, when you look at the ethnic issues, I give you a good example of the Luhya nation, for example. Is it a tribe or is a conglomeration of tribes? The Kalenjin also, because I can see the honorable member from that particular region is looking at me with very, poking eyes. Let's look at the Kalenjins. Do we consider Kalenjins one tribe or a series of sub-tribes? So those are the kind of things. Because when we went to the census the other day, Mr. Speaker, we now have even the very small sub-clans. I'm not going to call them sub-clans because they have now a code in the census. We have the Lembus, we have the Sengwer, we have the Endo, we have in Tuken land, we have the Tukens themselves, we have Ilchamos are not Kalenjins. Now, so these are the issues that we need to describe. When we talk about ethnic diversity, are we going to say, is it the Kalenjin, for example, or it is the sub-tribes of Kalenjins, which are recognized by even the census persons here? So, Mr. Speaker, those are the issues that we need to look at very clearly, Mr. Speaker. Now, as I wind, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to take too long, and especially when I know he's the leader of majority who will be seconding, I know he has quite a lot of issues that he would want to say. I will say this, Mr. Speaker, that you allow me to inform the House that the committee's observation on the suitability of Honorable Mutahi Kagwe were as follows. They observed that 1, in accordance to Article 78, 1 and 2 of the Constitution, the nominee is eligible for appointment to the state office since he's a Kenyan, born in Nyeri County, and does not hold dual citizenship. Mr. Speaker, that is very critical. We have had issues before here in this House where we have approved some particular persons, then discovered they had dual citizenship. They possess different citizenship apart from the Kenyan one. So, Mr. Speaker, we discovered that Honorable Mutahi Kagwe is Kenyan, pure. He does not have any other citizenship. Secondly, that the nominee currently serving as a group executive director of Telem Public Relations East Africa Limited since 1999, and is also the chairman of TNS RMS East Africa Limited since 1994. The nominee is also the immediate former senator. He's quite familiar to many of the members here. He was a member of parliament between the year 2002 with myself, Mr. Speaker, and you, to 2007, and he was a little luckier than ourselves then to become a minister for information and the Ministry of Information. And he did very well, Mr. Speaker. I mean, for some of us who served with him, we know he's a perfect gentleman. And he is also very hardworking. In that time when things were a bit difficult, he was a fair minister, and he worked and he delivered. And we have no doubt that he will be able to deliver given this in this ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, the nominee also, I've said he served as a member of parliament. I've said also he served as a senator. The issue of him serving as a senator was critical for the committee, Mr. Speaker, because we had to, I can see the Honorable Leader of Majority is telling me I should summarize, but fortunately I'm the one who is moving it today, so I think I will proceed for another few minutes. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Senate, being a senator, he's going to the Ministry of Health. We wanted to know clearly that he understands the boundaries between what is devolved and what is not devolved. We wanted to know whether and Mr. Speaker, he convinced the committee. He convinced the committee on this particular area, and then we realized that probably, in fact, that is an added advantage, that he has served as the National Assembly, which takes care of the entire things that are national, and then he has also served at the Senate, protecting the counties. In terms of things to do with health, Mr. Speaker, we really have to be very careful. We don't want to play, politics with that particular issue, because it's a matter of life and death. So we realized that this is a person that he's well versed in this particular thing. So as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, going also to the nominee to the Ministry of Industrialization, we also discovered that he was quite competent. He has worked very well. And Mr. Speaker, we were convinced that it was proper for us to request the House to approve the two nominees. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to fully appreciate and enrich the debate, and I further urge the members to adopt the recommendation of the committee and approve the two nominees, Mr. Speaker. So I beg to move and request the Leader of Majority to second this particular motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, as I second, I really wanted the Honorable Deputy Speaker to continue, because he's very diligent to his other business at the launch. He doesn't miss any single day when the House is sitting. But today, you need to see the other side of the Deputy Speaker. When he's in the liaison committee chairing, when he's on the chair, when he's moving, and you see the way he moved it. The Speaker, you are our chairman as the appointment committee, and I think these two nominees complied with the law. The President sent us two names, one man, one woman. The President sent us two names from two different regions and communities. And Mr. Speaker, the statutory institutions under the Act, the EACC, the DCI, the Kenya Revenue Authority, and the Higher Education Loans Board are mandatory to give their opinion on the nominees, whether they complied with the functions of those institutions. And we want to confirm that those institutions have given these two nominees, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe and Betty Maina, a clean bill of health. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe was a member of this House between 2003 and 2007. He was also a senator between 2013 to 2017, Senator for Nyeri, and of course a cabinet secretary. I don't know how he performed them because I was not in parliament. Maybe the record of Public Accounts Committee and other parliamentary reports will show. But even those reports of parliament, we didn't find any adverse on the part of Honorable Mutahi Kagwe. And he really convinced. Let me be very, very honest. And I kept on telling the leader of minority who was sitting next to me, is that if you look at those people we have vetted, this is the fourth session, CS nominees with the political orientation or political background perform far much better. And I have nothing against the technical team. They perform better than those who come from the private sector or public service. And that is why in my presentation as the leader of the pastoralist, we said going forward, ministers must come from the House. Yeah, so that, even today, if the minister coming, the member for game could have been an assistant minister, driving a GK. But so I think going forward, let us recommend that. Number two, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, if this House approves him, now has another function, the function of health of Nairobi County. Mr. Speaker, yes, that transfer of the health sector of Nairobi County to the national government is an extra responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, you know the problem is people don't read the law. If you read Article 187 of the Constitution and the Intergovernmental Relation Act from Section 24 to 29, well stipulated the principles, the procedure of transfer. So I think the president and the former governor, the governor of Nairobi and the AG and the Minister for Devolution, they acted within the law. So if you read that, particularly the act, if you read the act, the window, the 21 window that the takeover will take effect is when the public participation is to be done. Mr. Speaker, and I think this is a wake-up call to all governors. And that's why the framers of the Constitution put in place Article 187, that if any function is not done well by one arm of government, between the two, one level of government, then the framers of the Constitution contemplated that. So this House, and I'm sure Honorable Bandi and the Chair of Budget is here, I'm sure the Division of Revenue Bill this year will have a column, because even the resources, the functions which are given to the national government from Nairobi County, the resources both in Kara and the Division of Revenue, you must now return that resources back to the national government. So, but I think Mutahi Kagwe has serious issues to deal with in the Ministry of Health. I'm sure he must deal with the report once it's completed, the issue being investigated by the Senate Health Committee on the mess. He needs to clean up the Ministry of Health in terms of the NHIF. NHIF, Mr. Speaker, cannot claim to be a social security, cannot claim to have a social security portfolio and at the same time compete with the other private insurance firms and then remain not to be regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. If today I want them to if I want to buy their premium for 500,000 NHIF, the one that Parliament pays on my behalf, that is a social security aspect. It's for other Kenyans. But today, if they want to compete with the Jubilee, then they must be under regulation. They can't, they must be an IRA. They must, on a weekly, monthly, they must provide how many claims have been lodged and how many claims have been paid. Otherwise, they can't have both ways. Mr. Speaker, let me come to Betty Maina. Betty Maina has a long history in the private sector as a CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and worked with KEPSHA, the PS for industrialization. But Mr. Speaker, one thing must come out very clearly. Pending bills must be paid. What is out of order? Anyway, the Speaker must. Pending bills must be paid. The Speaker, the President of the Republic of Kenya, since June last year in Narok, has given directive. The Speaker, the SMEs, the small, medium enterprise, the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, are suffering. Houses are being auctioned. People are unable to take their children to schools because of the pending bills, and more so by county governments. Mr. Speaker, today I saw the county secretary of Isiolo and two of the finance officers have been, I think they have been asked by the court, summons have been issued because of pending bills. Speaker, people in this country are suffering. When you don't pay the pending bills, you affect the liquidity in the country. you affect the growth of the economy, you affect cash flow, you affect the growth of small industries, you affect even employment of young people. So Betty Maina promised, if this House approves, and I really want even the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Devolution, the way the national government was forced, counting officers were forced. And I remember the president put his foot down. County governments that don't pay pending bills, Mr. Speaker, they must be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are 20, 30 million before devolution. They were doing very well. And today they are paupers, Mr. Speaker. So we can't grow our economy when we are killing the small, medium traders. Even KRA is not collecting. KRA is not collecting. People are asking why is the collection low? It's because the pending bills have not been paid. People are not doing business. And I think the chair of budget, you gave, and this House approved that report, that within 60 days, pending bills must be paid. That was in December. And I think the Committee of Implementation must take charge of that matter. The resolution of the House must be agreed. Mr. Speaker, finally, ministers must comply with Article 153(4). There are only very few ministers who have complied with this article of the Constitution, which says ministers shall provide with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control. The President of the Republic of Kenya, in his State of the National Address every year, complies with the Constitution. After his address, you see he delivers certain reports and documents to the two speakers. The state of the national security, the fulfillment of Article 10 of the Constitution on national values, and the foreign policy of his government. How is it that there are ministers who have been appointed in 2013, until today, they have not complied with Article 153(4) of the Constitution? Speaker, let me make it very clear and go unanswered. That alone can be an avenue for an impeachment of a cabinet secretary, if they don't know. Because that is a violation of the Constitution, a provision of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, we want to thank, and they know it themselves, we want to thank some of the ministers who comply every year, including last year. The Honorable Fred Matiang'i, the Honorable Macharia of Transport, Honorable Rachel Mamo of Defense. There are very few, there are not more than 5. Yes, but the last report she sent to Parliament was from Defense. But there are ministers who have never complied, never. And Mr. Speaker, we are sending a warning, and we are giving them, you do what your boss does. The President complies with the provision of the Constitution. So this committee felt, Mr. Speaker, that we must comply. Mr. Speaker, we have agreed as a committee that 14-day window is too short. And I want to confirm to the House that the legal department of Parliament already have drafted the amendment to expanding the 14 period to 1 month, so that we can get more time to vet the nominees. That in the event, we can do within 14 days, we can do within 15, 16, 17. But in the worst case scenario, Speaker, in the US, the Senate can take for 6 months. So Speaker, we have also agreed that these institutions like KRA, these institutions like EACC and DCI, maybe the DCI can send, and because he'll give you a certificate of good conduct. But I think we have agreed as a committee that EACC, KRA, and HELP, they need themselves to appear before the committee and go unanswered and give us a clear and more concrete information that this person is clean. We don't want to have a situation where You pass a nominee, and there was cases. You pass a nominee, after 3 weeks, after he takes oath of office, he is being arrested by EACC or by the DCI. I mean, that's not tidy. It's not tidy. It's not clean. Because what happens? You told us it's clean, and I think there was ambassador to Austria, there are many people, ambassador to Russia, you know? So, Mr. Speaker, I think EACC and these other institutions, KRA, you remember the issue of the Land Commission nominee. One time is compliant, the other time is not compliant. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I think Honorable Mutahi Kagwe and Betty Maina complied with the law, they are qualified, they have the experience, and I am sure if given an opportunity by this House, they will serve this country and they will work under the administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta. And governors, be warned. It's the beginning. You don't deliver on certain functions. Article 187 kicks in because service delivery to the people must be the core function. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second.
Honourable members, I propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Committee on Appointments in its fourth report on vetting or nominee for approval as Cabinet Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 25th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 152, Clause 2 of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Cabinet Secretaries. 1, the Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, EGH, Ministry of Health, and 2, Ms. Betty Chemtai Maina, CBS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has placed on us a very important responsibility as a House. Under the Constitution, we are required to vet for approval, vet and approve for appointment of Cabinet Secretaries. Mr. Speaker, both Article 132.2 of the Constitution and Article 152.2 of the Constitution speaks. In fact, what Article 132.2 of the Constitution talks about the responsibilities of the President, and one of them is that with the approval of the National Assembly, the President would nominate and with approval appoint the Cabinet Secretaries. And again, Article 152.2 talks about the appointment of Cabinet Secretary or members of the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, we did vet these two individuals, these two Kenyans, and I want to associate with the sentiments of the mover of the motion and the seconder of the motion that actually the two proposed Cabinet Secretary nominees fulfilled most, if not all, of the requirements to occupy these positions. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to agree that when you listened carefully, and with all due respect to nominee Betty Maina, who is going to handle a very crucial Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, and who demonstrated very high technical knowledge of the ministry. But you will agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that Mutahi Kagwe came out very well. And I think his coming out very well is correctly diagnosed for being a former member of parliament and being a former senator, member of National Assembly and a former senator, and someone who has worked in this public service and engaged with members of parliament for a long time. He was easy in terms of dealing with us and in terms of explaining himself to the extent that he came out very well. But that does not mean that Betty Maina didn't do equally well. I am happy that the Honorable Mutahi Kagwe is actually an alumni of the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Commerce, and there we associate. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy because even though he's not a health expert, but he's a manager by training. And I expect, and from how he came out when we asked him this question, I am sure that he's going to inject fresh blood in this ministry in terms of managing not resources, both human and physical resources. And Mr. Speaker, this ministry is a ministry that has faced a lot of challenges in terms of management of resources. I am not trying to cast aspersion on those ministers or cabinet secretaries who have occupied this ministry, but the truth is that we have a lot of unanswered questions on a lot of programs that are being run by this ministry. Mr. Speaker, the question on medical equipment have not been addressed to date. The Senate is on it. A special committee of the Senate is investigating it. This House has even included in its report on the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee and even the Health Committee that this is a matter that needs to be looked into. We expect Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, once he assumes office, to look into this matter and interrogate it and help Kenyans realize value for money. But Mr. Speaker, I want us as a House to be ruthlessly honest with ourselves. What is expected of us in this process of vetting? When you are vetting, it means you are supposed to be vetting a process. And so, Mr. Speaker, the process of appointing the cabinet secretary is pretty straightforward. It is the appointing authority, who is the President of the Republic, who decides on who should sit in his or her cabinet. But Mr. Speaker, besides that, this House is supposed to deal with other constitutional issues and legal issues. We are not supposed even to interrogate the competence, academic or otherwise. I don't think it is even our duty to be looking at your certificate, whether you have a degree, first class, second class, or lower, etc., because that is not even a requirement in the Constitution. But what we are required to do is, one, to look at issues of regional and ethnic representation and other issues like compliance to Article Chapter 6 of the Constitution. But Mr. Speaker, are we well equipped? Are we, as a House, well equipped to look and determine compliance with Chapter 6 of the Constitution? My answer, Mr. Speaker, is no. We are not equipped. We rely on state agencies to make this determination for us. And these state agencies, a lot of times I realize they don't take their work seriously, Mr. Speaker. That is why there are some cabinet appointments, Mr. Speaker, which this House approved immediately at the beginning of this term of Parliament. And I thank God that we resisted coming to the House, Mr. Speaker. You remember that time when we were approving the first cabinet in the 12th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, NASA coalition, through my instruction, we were not attending Parliament. And so we didn't partake, we did not participate in the approval or rather vetting of this cabinet secretary. But you will agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of questions are being asked by Kenyans. When now we are seeing some of the people who are vetted and passed and approved without much questions in this House, doing things that cannot be done in a civilized nation, Mr. Speaker. And these are people we approved not long ago. And these are people this House approved without questions being raised by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, by the Department of Criminal Investigation, and all the other agencies which are given the responsibility and the task to do background check on this individual. I'm a member of Parliament for Suba. What I know best is how to talk with the Suba people. I don't do investigation. I cannot know whether Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, for even's sake, could have been a criminal. And I'm just giving an example. Let no one pick it wrongly out there that I've said Honorable Mutahi Kagwe is a criminal. I know he's not, or at least the information I have. But how would I know, even if he was a criminal? It is these agencies to help us. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we cannot get credible information on the cabinet nominees, then there is no need of getting engaged in an exercise that is appearing like we are just a conveyor belt. So as a House, we are not well equipped. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at even the form, the questionnaire that we give the cabinet nominees to complete, and you ask them to put their net worth, you ask them to give you details about their sources of income, how do we verify that these people have given factual information? We need to put in law a requirement that this information that is supplied to Parliament, a body like Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, needs to dig and interrogate the information. Mr. Speaker, I know of a cabinet secretary, I'm not going to mention his name, but I suspect very strongly that the information he provided to this House was not correct. I looked at his declaration of his net worth. Mr. Speaker, I know that is not correct. He overstated his net worth. And for obvious reasons, because he knows very well that the moment he gets to that office, he's going to enrich himself. And so if you ask him tomorrow, how come you have 1 billion, he will tell you, but I came in when I had 800 million. So I've only added 200 million. And I know that guy could not even, his net worth could not even be 100 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that this House should not keep information that is evidently wrong. Someone needs to pick this information and deal with these people. And you will find, Mr. Speaker, immediately they get in those ministries, there is already a problem. Because these are people who have no integrity, even in completing a questionnaire. Some people even have a PhD, and you've not even seen the inside of a university classroom. I know nowadays there are some studies you do through online. Some people climb on top of bus to go to class to get degrees, Mr. Speaker, things that were unheard of some time back. But that is how the world is. It has moved to that level. We can accommodate it. But, Mr. Speaker, on regional and ethnic representation, again here, let us be candid and forthright and honest with each other. The appointing authority sometimes, I would say, should I use the word conning, Mr. Speaker? That is very strong. But to a large extent, I don't want to say conning, but the point is that some of these appointing authorities, and I'm not just talking about the president, in this case it is the president, but even in the counties. Mr. Speaker, if you want to appoint someone from Homa Bay, appoint someone from Homa Bay. Don't appoint your sister, cousin, who finds himself or herself in Homa Bay, either by resident or marriage that is still shaky, we don't know, may last. If it's a marriage that looks like it is now solid, although nowadays there are recent development, Mr. Speaker, which are making me ask whether any marriage is ever solid. Because when you see people who are 30 years in marriage disengaging, Mr. Speaker, is worrying. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to raise, there are concerns. When we were in this meeting approving these nominees, there was a big question as to whether other appointments in the past, whether you have someone from Lower Eastern. It is debatable. The people from Lower Eastern are saying, no, we don't. You ask some other region, they say, no, that one is yours. Western region, they are questioning whether they have representation. The closest representation is from Trans Nzoia, but which is Rift Valley. And many others. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on. There are some people who are saying some village have 2 ministers, some village has 2 PSS, yet others, a whole county has none. Mr. Speaker, these are issues that we need to address. And of course, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Junet keeps on talking about Homa Bay. I don't know what is wrong with Homa Bay. Homa Bay just got, and we thank this handshake, because Homa Bay just got appointment of PS the other day, not long ago, and we are very happy. And that is my uncle, Mr. Speaker. Although I didn't influence his appointment, I have to. He is a very capable Kenyan, everybody knows. He has handled where he has worked. We will approve him here, so I don't want to go there. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, yes, we will approve. I don't see why that my uncle cannot be approved. But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say, if we want regional spread of appointments, we know there are just 22 positions, but let the 22 position reflects the face of Kenya. I wouldn't mind if the whole of Nyanza, probably we have 1 or 2 cabinet secretaries, if that is what is happening in the whole country. If probably Coast has also 1 or 2, Central has 1 or 2, then we would be comfortable. But when you find one region, Mr. Speaker, having 4, and your place you have 1 or none, then there is a problem. And that is why the BBI is very important. And Mr. Speaker, that is where I have a problem with people who are trying to gag Kenyans who are expressing themselves. Mr. Speaker, let Kenyans speak. Let Kenyans talk. The couriers, I keep on referring to this, the couriers came to a BBI meeting and expressed themselves and told us that they are being marginalized in Migori County. Because for them to get to an elective political position, which is a county position, they have to beg. They have to lie low. Mr. Speaker, that is not the country we want to live in. We want this country to be open and easy for all of us. Even if you are just 50,000 people and others are 8 million. Let us be comfortable. We found ourselves here, I don't know how, but God brought us here. We are now a nation. Let us live as a nation through action. It is not about talking. Some people are condemning people who talk about ethnicity, but their action is terrible. When you give them opportunity to appoint people even in the cabinet, if it is their share, their entire team is from their village, one place, one area. Yet, this was supposed to be 50-50. Mr. Speaker, no, I know I'm now talking Tanga-Tanga. That is why the chairman of Tanga-Tanga is getting jittery. But remember, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, immediately, Jubilee came to power. If you look at the team clearly were brought by the president, it reflects the face of Kenya. But the deputy president went to his village. Now he's the one standing out there to lecture Kenyans on ethnicity. Mr. Speaker, that to me, Mr. Speaker, is dishonest, and we need to call it for what it is. It is dishonesty. Let him allow Kenyans to talk, and he cannot stop reggae, Mr. Speaker. You cannot stop something you did not start. If you don't even know.
Honorable John Bandi, 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, I was just concluding by saying, you cannot stop reggae when you don't even know how to dance the reggae. You have to come first for lecturing, tutorial on how to dance reggae, and then you can now stop reggae if you want. So, Mr. Speaker, let us speak what we are doing.
I'm just wondering whether in this motion there is anything called reggae. I'm trying to say, I don't. Honorable Kato.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion for approval of the 2 nominees. On the 2 nominees, I know very well the Honorable Mutahi Kagwe. I have worked with him in this house in the 9th Parliament. He was a minister, and I have no doubt. Please, Mr. Speaker, the consultations are high. And I have no doubt that Honorable Mutahi Kagwe is up to the task. And again, as has been said, he served as a senator, and now he has been nominated to serve in a ministry that most of the things are devolved. He has the experience now to couple with the capacity and the ability. I'm sure he is going to resolve those issues. I've also seen the way he responded to questions put by the committee, issues of the universal health care, issues of the high cost of health care, issues of even lack of medicines in our health institution, issues of NHIF, and I'm sure he responded very well. He just needs to implement that, and we will give him support. The other nominee, Mr. Speaker, Betty Minor, above all, she had actually served as a principal secretary in one of the departments that is now going to to be in charge as the cabinet secretary, if approved by this House. That was the industrialization. She was the PS of industrialization, and I'm sure he's going to address issues to do with trade, especially on the small and medium enterprises that have really been tough for them. And we know those are the enterprises that are really making or oiling our economy. The issue of pending bills, about 58 billion, save for the 15 which was said to be payable. I think those are the issues that Ms. Betty Minor, if approved, need to handle very well. We also had the WESO Fund, the Youth Fund, the Women Fund, and there was a proposal by His Excellency the President to collapse all of them to be a Shara Fund. And I think it will, if that is fast-tracked, it's going to create wealth and jobs for our youth. And it is going also to be a catalyst for our economy. But Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to address are two issues. One, general. First of all, we always have a time for public participation as allowed in the Constitution and also in the Parliamentary Approval or Appointments, Public Appointments Act. But if you look at the window that the public is given to participate through writing memorandums to the Clerk of the National Assembly, in fact, many a times that the public do not really participate. They don't actually write anything. Any memoranda, whether for or against these nominees. Like in this case, by close of business, there was no memoranda, whether for or against from the public. And I think the public also need to be active, because to participate and in this exercise. There is no need to come later on and say Parliament or a National Assembly, for that matter, has not acted in good faith or have not really been very thorough in vetting these nominees, while as public they have been given a whole week to also participate in the vetting process, and they don't do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was an issue which was raised about by the leader of minority, and I want to support the Honorable Mbadi on the issue of honesty by these nominees when they are filling these questionnaires. Mr. Speaker, you see, there is one very honest nominee I know, and that honesty had turned actually to turn to the nominee, and even this afternoon, there was a motion by the chair for implementation. A notice was given for further rejection of that nominee by the House, and that was actually Madam Mwende Mwinzi. Actually, you see, Mr. Speaker, in the questionnaire, when these nominees are filling the questionnaires, we do not have at committee level the capacity to check whether what they said is correct or not, but in trust, we believe that since they filled under oath, they must have stated the correct position. Like one of the question is for the nominee to fill whether she or he has dual citizenship. And they just say yes or no. Please protect me from Honorable Mauka Maore, please. So, he's consulting loudly. He's assistant member, I even know you do not stand in front of the person contributing. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying the honesty of the nominees when they are filling these questionnaires. If Madam Mwende Mwinzi did not indicate that she has dual citizenship, we would not have known. So the question is, maybe how many slipped away? How many did not indicate their correct and truthful position on all the questions that are brought to them? The way Honorable Mbadi put it in terms of net worth. The nominees need to be honest, Mr. Speaker. I know Honorable Mbadi did not hear what I was saying. He wanted me to repeat that, but that one is gone. But again, Mr. Speaker, according to the Parliamentary Approval Act, Public Appointments Act of 2011, there are so many institutions that are supposed to carry validation for that matter on behalf of this House. Like the law says, EAC, that is Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, DCI, HELP, KRA, political parties. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, we rely as the House from the reports and the certificates awarded by this institution. All these nominees, you find, even including these ones before the House now, I've read the report. They have been cleared by DCI, they got the certificate of good conduct. They have been cleared by Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Mostly those two are very critical. And Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, they just have a standard form where they always write, we do not have active investigation on this nominee. That's just what they write. And Mr. Speaker, a good example which was given by the leader of majority, the two ambassadors, that is the Honorable Ali Wario, and then there was also Mr. Richard Akai, who are approved by this House, Mr. Speaker. And they both had clearances for these institutions. The DCI gave them certificate of good conduct. Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission gave them a clean bill of health. And as I said at the committee level, these are the institutions that are mandated by law to inform the House and the public at large what are the position of these nominees. But after approved by the House, within a month or two, they were recalled back. Because by the same institutions, they started saying we have files, issues on corruption and or even integrity against these nominees. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support what the Committee on Appointment has proposed in this report. I've read it, that it will be good to call or to invite this institution and talk to them face to face, manually, and ask them questions on the nominees that they have cleared them, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, those are the issues I wanted actually to speak on. The issues of being honest by the nominees when filling the memoranda, the issues of this investigative institution, when clearing these nominees, they need to go further rather than just using standard certificates that we have no active investigation against this nominee. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support the motion.
Honorable Amalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of Appointments, which you chair, for the good work well done. Mr. Speaker, the two nominees for CS. I'll start, Mr. Speaker, with the Honorable Senator Mutahi Kagwe, whom I've known him personally, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Mutahi Kagwe fits the job. Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of problems in this Ministry of Health. We've had a lot of mess, Mr. Speaker, particularly in matters of NHIF, the matters of medical equipment hiring scheme, Mr. Speaker. Mutahi Kagwe, Mr. Speaker, he's a person I've known for some time. He has the skills of being a legislator, and it adds a lot of value, Mr. Speaker, when a legislator becomes a CS. And that's why we are praying, Mr. Speaker, that in the new parliament, we should have ministers coming from the floor of the House. If not going back to the parliamentary system, maybe you can do a hybrid system. Mutahi Kagwe, Mr. Speaker, was a minister before under the Kibaki government. He was the minister in charge of ICT. And that is the time, Mr. Speaker, in this country, there was a lot of issues of fiber optic, and he's the one who was overseeing that exercise. And right now, Mr. Speaker, almost the entire country is covered when it comes to matters of technology. Mr. Speaker, Mutahi Kagwe, under Kibaki government, he was one of the active ministers. And we know very well, Mr. Speaker, we remember Mzee Kibaki, because at that time, the GDP of this country, the growth rate grew at a very high rate. When it came from the former regime, where it was going at the negative GDP, it went up to as high as 7% of the GDP, Mr. Speaker. And I have no doubt the role that Mutahi Kagwe played was actually very, very critical. So he's very suitable for this position. Right now, when it comes to the matters of health, we know health, Mr. Speaker, has been devolved. And we know the Senate is there to oversee matters of the counties. I know we are aware. Some of us were shocked, Mr. Speaker, the transfer of powers from the county government of Nairobi to the national government. We've talked so much about public participation, Mr. Speaker. We don't know how much public participation was done. We don't even know how the oversight role is going to be done. But now that minister is coming in, Mutahi Kagwe, and having worked at the Senate, I think he has what it takes to come together and be able to operationalize that for the smooth running of the Nairobi County. Mr. Speaker, coming to Betty Maina. Betty Maina, Mr. Speaker, Betty Maina, before she was a CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, she became a PS, Mr. Speaker, and right now she has risen to become the county, to become the CS. Betty Maina, Mr. Speaker, a lady who worked very closely when I was working in the former committee, Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament. She has very good interpersonal skills. And she's risen through the ranks as a PS in a department of that particular ministry. And now that she's been promoted to become the CS, I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, she's going to make this. So these, all the two nominees, Mr. Speaker, they have what it takes. But now, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the public appointment parliamentary approval law that is in place, I think as we move on, we should amend, Mr. Speaker. I've had issues when it comes to academic qualifications. When you go to the CEC at the county level, there's a requirement that it must be. When it comes to a national level, Mr. Speaker, there's no requirement at all that a CS must possess a degree. I think it's the highest time, as we move forward, we should be able to amend so that in the future, a cabinet secretary, just like a CEC at the county level, should have a minimum academic qualification, at least of a degree, as we move forward. There's no way, Mr. Speaker, we can force the CECs at the county level. They must be graduates. The directors, as a matter of fact, they should have a master's degree. But when it comes to the cabinet at the national level, there's no threshold when it comes to academics. So it is indeed important as we move forward, cabinet secretaries from now, henceforth, they should have a minimum of a degree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we have issues to do with the NHIF. NHIF plays a very critical role. I've met some of the colleagues who didn't make it back to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and the way they are leading, it is in a very pathetic state. And we request the NHIF, Mr. Speaker, to come up with a policy that can be able to cater for the members of Parliament who have not been re-elected back. NHIF, Mr. Speaker, there is a mess. We've seen recently a report where we've seen there's a lot of corruption cases when it comes to this body. And we are calling upon the ESCC, wherever they are, the DCI, to move with speed so that the corrupt individuals who have messed up the NHIF, Mr. Speaker, can be brought to book. We have referral hospitals, like Kenyatta Hospital, MTRH, Mr. Speaker. They need a lot of funding for purposes of equipping them. And right now, we have a problem with the coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. And I was reading the WHO report says, I think Kenya, we don't have a capacity to manage the coronavirus. I know we empathize with the Kenyans who are now in China suffering about this. How I wish that the government can move with speed, Mr. Speaker, and get a facility that we can be able to quarantine so that those Kenyans, wherever they are, they can be able to be brought back, Mr. Speaker, for the proper care. But for now, I know we do not have the facility in place. I think wherever they are, as the ambassador said, we continue praying for them and wishing them well. But we call upon the government of China to be able to come in and give a hand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt these two officers have what it takes. And when they move in the cabinet, we are going to see an improvement. It's going to move forward. So I thank you for the good work well done. And Mr. Speaker, I support that their respective CSS for health and for purposes of industrialization, we support for them to be appointed by His Excellency the President. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Member for Ainabkoi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. First of all, and more particularly, I must thank His Excellency the President for appointing them. According to Article 152(2) and Section 3 and 8, public appointments and ours is only to approve. Anyway, having said that, ours is only to approve. We are vetted, so ours now is to approve. You are in vetting committee, so don't disturb me. Let me give my opinions. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mutahi Kagwe I saw him as a very brilliant person. He's been a minister in this republic. So he has had experience in governance. Therefore, I have no doubt in my mind that he proved in your presence that he's going to move with speed, more particularly NHIF, to move with speed and do overall, and give all the energies that is required. All the professionals that are required be put in place. And again, since he's a top manager and he has legislative skills he acquired in this parliament, he's a great man. Having said that, Speaker, the Madam Cabinet Secretary Betty Maina, I have known her for a while. She's a good performer. When it comes to industrialization, trade and enterprise development, she is perfect. She will deliver. All I require, if the president had been working like this before, Kenya could be been very fast. So I hire the president himself to move with speed and remove all those who are corrupt. And I want at the same time His Excellency the President to move with speed and reward those who are great performers in this republic. And I want to tell all members of parliament that loyalty pays. So if loyalty pays and humility pays, these honorable, especially these two, they are very loyal to His Excellency the President. So what else? I want them to perform to its logical conclusion in making sure that NHIF come to its own standards. And I'm requesting you budget of chairman of budget. But put a lot of money in Kenyatta National Hospital, but more particularly in Moi referral. Because Moi referral serves 22 counties. So Moi referral, I want expansion. I want modern equipment. I want digital infrastructure be put in place. So as we are very loyal to you, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's only that I'm still mourning. That's why I don't have a lot of energy. I'm still mourning that we lost His Excellency President Moi. And I thank His Excellency the 5-star General Uhuru Kenyatta. He gave him state burial. That is my happiness. But they didn't realize that, Speaker, I was not happy because you are not given a need to convey heartfelt sorrow. I was not happy. I must say, you know, mine is saying nothing but the truth. I must say nothing but the truth. And the truth shall set us free. President Moi is not just an ordinary person. He's a great man. And you, Honorable Muturi, you remember very well that you worked with President Moi for many years. Even J-Boy can confirm to me. Even Amina. Dr. Amina, Naomi Shaban, you are here. President Moi was a great man. He was a great leader of this republic. Yes, so that's why we are, even all of us, we are, no. There's no bad person. There's no bad person in this republic. You are not God to charge. You don't have the ability, you don't have the capacity, and you don't have the regulator to charge. Even Duale leader here, when President Moi called me, I gave it to you and you spoke. I did that.
Relevance.
So anyway, Speaker sir, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Speaker sir, sorry. Anyway, all I wanted to say is that Mutai Gakwe is a great person, whereas Betty Maina is a great person. These are people we want in this country. These are products we want in this country. They have traveled all over the country. they can negotiate both bilateral and collateral negotiations. So what is it? They are very good in engagement. So I remember very well in 1990, we went with them in delegation of head of states and government with Betty Minor. She argued a lot when we were in AGOA, and we won. So I can confirm to you that she is indeed a very competent person. The only thing that is killing this country, Speaker, is culture. I want us to be very serious when it comes to culture. We take things for granted. I want us to be serious. When it is reporting, let's report at 8 and leave at 5 o'clock. When it is Parliament, let's participate fully and dedicate ourselves. Let's have commitment. Let's have consistency. Let's have competence. And let's have discipline. And let's have the energy. And let's be God-fearing people. And I want us to tolerate each other. Let's tolerate each other. Let's forgive each other. And let's leave any part of this country. Kenya belongs to all of us. Kenya is one country, we are one nation, and we are one people. The issue of leaders saying that we want one, I don't care. Personally, I'm a patriotic person. So therefore, I don't belong to these small, I'm above those. I belong to patriotism, Bwana leader. So therefore, in future, there is only one 5-star general, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, and we are all of us loyal to him. And this is his time. Don't talk about anything. Let's do development. When it comes to politics, 2022 will come. And let me tell you finally, Speaker, sir, that leadership comes from God. Leadership, you cannot, if God says you are going to be a president, Speaker, sir, you will be a leader. So about leadership, it's a calling from God. So in realization of calling from God, we must have humanity with honor. We must have humanity with dignity, fairness, justice, as opposed to personal creed and sycophant. That is my final statement. Thank you.
Member for, oh yeah. You have a point of order. Although I had seen the member for Nyula. What's your point of order, member for Emuhaya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think after Honorable Chepkut had spoken, as we have seen, the mood in the House is that these two gentlemen qualify. And therefore, I'm kindly asking that Honorable Speaker will invoke Standing Order 95 so that we ask the mover to reply. Thank you.
But you know, unfortunately, I already recognized the member for Nyula. Yes. Dr. Ondo.
Second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And essentially, I wanted just to put in a word in respect of the nominees for this position, but more so, being a member of the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, more so to put in a word in respect to the nominee for the position of Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Enterprise Development. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, under Vision 2030 and MTP3 and the Big Four agenda, a lot of emphasis has been laid on manufacturing and related activities to an extent that we expect to contribute 15% to the GDP. Honorable Speaker, that has not happened in the past few years. The first Cabinet Secretary, when on the 12th Parliament, did not achieve that target. The second Cabinet Secretary did not achieve that target. We hope and pray that the new Cabinet Secretary will come up with means and ways of actualizing the objectives or the target that has been set by the President. Honorable Speaker, the issue of trade imbalance, the issue of the difficulties faced by our local traders, the issue of the trade deficit are matters that needs to be addressed on a serious note by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of this ministry. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to echo my colleagues who have raised the issue of public participation in the vetting process. It is incredible and inconceivable that such a critical position has got no memorandum either in support or in opposition. Probably, we need to relook how we undertake the vetting process, how we can take it to the people so that they have got a say in everything they do. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I hope the new CS for Health will address the chaos that are at the NHIF. Because, Honorable Speaker, the harrowing stories coming from the people we represent is so heartbreaking, we need to address the mess at NHIF. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the appointment of the two nominees for the Ministry of Health and Trade Industry and Enterprise Development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, Honour members, the member for Emuhaya, the Honorable Omboko Mlemba, stood in his place, claimed to invoke provisions of Section 95 that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as a lot of opinions say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinions say no? The ayes have it. Mover.
Mr. Speaker, mine is basically to thank the members who have contributed and to give them encouragement, especially on issues of their concerns, that under your leadership as the chair of that particular committee on appointments, many of these other concerns will be canvassed and taken care of. But I only request the members to quickly move and approve these two nominees, because there is a lot waiting in them in their the respective ministries. I thank you and I move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Sorry, Honour members, I put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Committee on Appointments in its fourth report on the vetting of nominees for approval as Cabinet Secretaries laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 25th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 152, Clause 2 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Cabinet Secretaries. 1, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, EGH, Ministry of Health. And 2, Ms. Betty Chemtai Maina, CBS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, special motion, approval of nominees for appointments as principal secretaries in the state departments for vocational and technical training and university education and research.
Honorable Mele, this is your report. Education.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I remember to move that. Taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of nominees for the appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3) B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. That is Dr. Julius Ouma Juan as Principal Secretary, State Department for Vocational and Technical Training, and Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi as Principal Secretary, State Department for University Education. Honorable Speaker, The committee actually sat several to look into these two nominees, and pursuant to Article 124(4) of the Constitution, we look into the procedures under which the nomination was made. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we looked under which the nominees were appointed, and we found out, Honorable Speaker, that the two nominees actually applied as principal secretaries way back in 2017, and it was actually indicated in the data bank by the Public Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, the appointment also showed that we considered as a committee that when you gave us when you communicate the committee to look into the relevant statutory provisions, it was advertised in the dailies as to the requirements that the two gentlemen be vetted. We asked for memorandums, and the public were asked. And at the time of vetting, Honorable Speaker, I want to report that on Dr. Julius Ouma Juan, there was no memoranda to the contrary that any issue was raised. Honorable Speaker, when the nominees were also forwarded, we also, the clerk also did actually ask the committee to send, or the clerk did send the questionnaires to the committee, and they gave us a lot of information about themselves. And Honorable Speaker, even on oral submissions, Dr. Julius Ouma Juan is actually a seasoned scholar. He is a renowned officer who has actually managed Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development with a lot of abilities. I would also say that we looked that this officer has a very good credentials. Having gone through the Kenyan education system, he has gone through the UK education system. He has also had a very good track record, especially in rising through the management system in the KICD. He has also transformed that particular sector, Mr. Speaker, and as he came before us, it showed that KICD was very vibrant. In fact, in the documents that we asked as per the statutory requirements, Dr. Ouma Juan really indicated that all the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, the CID, the good conduct, and all that was required, even Higher Education Loans Board, he met all that, and he gave us the documents to prove that. That the nominee also has had wide background, especially in educational leadership and management. He has worked and showed a lot of commitment in curriculum development. While at Moi University, Dr. Ouma Juan also worked at the National Cohesion Commission, where he actually did a lot of work in trying to integrate communities, even as far as those in Tana River area. The nominee also, Honorable Speaker, showed that he had experience and the relevant management skills, having served as a public service, in the public service for over 30 years. In fact, honorable members and Speaker, this nominee is quite passionate, especially on issues on technical education. In fact, he took us through, because he's a curriculum developer expert, especially on the CBC and the various pathways that our students are going to take through. Honorable Speaker, in fact, he even gave us on how best the TVET subsector can be taken forward in this country so that the young boys and girls could actually have self-employment and also be employed, because every Kenyan need to have a skill, the way he put it. Because when every other Kenyan has a skill, Honorable Speaker, it will enable this nation to earn livings and also make them to move well. Honorable Speaker, the nominee demonstrated adequate leadership and extensive research skills gained during his long academic period. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Juan, as an individual, actually showed a lot of integrity in terms of management. In fact, he actually talked to us on how he passionately moved on to try to make KICD a face of Kenya, where he moved on to even look for representation of small communities in the KICD. He personally moved to look for communities that were not represented in the employment or in within the sector and gave them affirmative action. And actually, he showed that he's a true Kenyan. He is a person who can be able to be trusted and take this department forward. In fact, Honorable Speaker, that based on the nominee's submission also, and even on oral, looking at the interviews during the approval hearing, the nominee demonstrated that the passion that he had for TVET sector through abilities, knowledge, and understanding, and the qualities necessary for the State Department. In fact, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Juan himself actually gave the committee a very good vision for TVET subsector in this country, on how the sector is going to link up in this industry, how the sector is going to be run, and how the private sector, the government, and even the TVET sector is going to link up very well. He even came up and talked to us, especially on policy development, especially that is going to take TVET even to a greater level. In fact, even on the linkages between the TVET subsector and the Big Four agenda, we were amazed as a committee, Honorable Speaker, that most of the knowledge and information that he had were very amazing, especially on how to link the young skilled men in the current TVET institutions to the industrial factories and even to the sectors of the economy, so that we can move this country forward. So having looked at that, and having looked at the Constitution, our committee actually looked at this Dr. Julius Auma Juan qualifies, and I beg that the House approves him to be appointed. And if this House approves, actually he's going to add a lot of work to the department. The other nominee, Honorable Speaker, that we vetted, and I want to say, is Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi. Ambassador Nabukwesi appeared before us. We also looked at the Constitution, we looked at the articles, we looked also, Honorable Speaker, that he met the necessary requirements, that he's a Kenyan, he is having worked and rose through the ranks as a teacher, as a principal, and a chair of the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association. He also moved through the ranks, Honorable Speaker, until he was appointed as an ambassador of Kenya in Canada. He has also been a director at the Kenya Foreign Service Academy. And finally, he was the head of the Africa Division at the Foreign Office in Nairobi. So, Honorable Speaker, I would say that having looked at, having appeared before us, the nominee has the requisite academic qualification. He holds a master's degree in educational administration and planning and management. That the nominee also demonstrated adequate leadership and management experience, having served as a career educationist and a diplomat spanning a period of over 30 years. Honorable Speaker, based on the evidence adduced before the committee, submitted during the approval hearings, and pursuant to the Constitution and the Act, the nominee met all the constitutional and statutory requirements for the appointment. I also want to echo what other members, especially what the majority leader said about, especially what the EACC approved. Honorable Speaker, we got information, we got approval writings from the EACC on the two candidates, and they gave them a clean bill of health. And also they got also a clearance from the CID, especially on good conduct. It is good that when such offices give such letters, it will not be good. Maybe after 1 or 2 days, the same office come up again and go against the officers that they cleared in not more than in less than 24 hours or in less than 2 days. Honorable Speaker, having looked at what Ambassador Namukwesi did at his tour of duty in Canada, having looked also at what he did even when he was an educationist, and having looked at what he did in the Ministry of Foreign Office, the committee actually was satisfied that this nominee is suitable to actually be I would like to ask Honorable Professor Ogutu to second.
Professor who?
Yes, Ogutu.
Ogutu.
Yes, yes.
Yes. You are. Yes, sir. Professor Ogutu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Committee of Education and Research, I'll want to outright support this report, second this report, but make a few comments. I want to say that our focus when interviewing the various nominees, the two nominees, was to look at the critical areas that the two state departments are facing. This included limited resources. It also included competent management within our universities and also in our TVET. But we also looked at the innovations that they are likely to bring on board. I want to begin with Dr. Juan. Dr. Chuan is a person who has been the Minister of Education for some time. He has been involved especially with the new curriculum, the competence-based curriculum. And we feel like after listening to his vision for the new department of TVET, we felt like he has a grip, a good grip of the needs for the new job. He is somebody who has been involved in the development of the new curriculum and also understands the main pathways that will follow after the students have left the basic education, including the pathway to technical sector. He has good knowledge about the needs this country needs in terms of developing and creating jobs, and views promotion of TVET as one of the fair ways to ensure that industrialization and the manufacturing sector in this country grow as one of the main opportunities to be able to have the country prosper. He demonstrated good knowledge about the problem of the youth and giving options, including expanding the funding sources for TVET education, and also increasing the link between TVET and the industry. In terms of his academic credentials, Dr. Juan is a person who has a PhD and has published quite a lot in education, and especially in the area of education management. Looking at the next nominee, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it's a new brand in terms of the persons who have been leading the State Department of University Education. For the 2 years that I've been around, I want to say that as a committee we have been concerned. It becomes the third the ministry has been experiencing a lot of change in terms of the top leadership. The turnover rate of the CS has been quite significant. We have now the third CS in 2 years. We also, no, the third CS in 2 years. We also have the State Department's PS that have also changed over this period. So, but I want to say that we have Mr. Nabukwesi is a man who has is an educationist, but he has a wide experience in international field as an ambassador. But in his profile, he features quite detailed in terms of how he has been handling the education sector. And he appeared to be a person who has a lot of passion in seeing new approaches to the way universities should be funded, and also new approaches in the way university programs should also be run. I want to say that having listened to him and having looked at the CV, and given that there was no any objection from the public about his suitability for this job, I strongly feel, Honorable Speaker, that the candidate is equally fit for the new job as the head of, the PS of university education. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support this report. I second this report.
Now, members, I propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Clause 3, Paragraph B of the Constitution, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointments of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Julius Ouma Juan, State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. 2, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, State Department for University Education and Research. Member Voseme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the vetting of these senior officers is an extremely important role of this House. And members before me had indicated that sometimes we do the vetting and the outcome proves that we didn't do our work properly. And Mr. Speaker, in my view, I see 3 factors that are responsible for this. 1 is time. We really seem to have a predilection for completing the work, quite regardless of the quality of the work. Like today, Mr. Speaker, when you are vetting the 2 CSs, only 3 members spoke apart from the House leadership. And you can see how I feel that I didn't talk during the vetting of the minister, the Cabinet Secretary for Health. So I think we need to give more time so that we can look at this seriously. And these are in other areas where we have timelines, either constitutionally or by the standing orders of the House. I think that is something we need to look at. 2, Mr. Speaker, is the role of the agencies that give us facts on issues of integrity, KRA, DCI, and so on. This House must depend on them for the information they give. We may add more with our own research if there is more time. Again, if there's not much time, we only depend on them. So they must give us that information. It's not right for them to give information and we vet the person and pass the person, and then later on, they themselves again start giving information that puts to question the integrity of the person. Mr. Speaker, the 3rd one is politics. I think as members of this august House, when we come to vetting people of this level, I think we should put aside politics. I'm sure things have improved since the handshake, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, in my own view, our debating has become more objective and actually more oriented towards the welfare of the country than serving what I would call partisan interests. Having said those general statements, Mr. Speaker, Those are the two nominees for principal secretary, starting with Dr. Juan. Obviously, the information we have, his education, I don't think there's question about him. The issue of integrity, as I said, we can only depend on these bodies that give us the information. Once they have given us, we take it as such. And with those, he has also been given a clean bill of health, so to speak. Dr. Juan, Mr. Speaker, has had 30 years experience in public service. That's a long time. And a lot of this time he spent at the Institute of Curriculum Development. I think that really puts him in good state to head the TVET division. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is curriculum development where you will need to link the education, the skill, and how you can feed that into industry. Mr. Speaker, this country, the biggest problem we have is that one of unemployment amongst the youth. And the only way you can really solve that problem is to actually get young people who have skills, who are not just going to give you papers after papers in our offices, but they really don't have skills. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've realized in the rural areas, and I think we have realized this, standard 8 pupils who have actually dropped out sometimes come around to employ people who have Form 4 education. How? Because they realize they're not going to look for a job. They go to some mason, they work with the mason, they get some skill, and sooner or later, you actually see them getting some jobs be done. Somebody gives them a house to do. Somebody gives them a plaster to do. Somebody gives them plumbing work to do. And then their colleagues who actually went up to Form 4 have some knowledge without any skill, now actually come to work for them. Now that is where TVETs are, so that we get people like that, and even the certificate of secondary education, they get some skills that after they leave, they can actually apply. Many of us here, Mr. Speaker, you know, when you are building a house in the rural areas, some import plumbers, we import electricians. We get them from Nairobi to our rural area. Sorry, correct, that's a good correction. We get them from Nairobi to our rural areas, while we have children there who would actually do these jobs, but they lack this. And that is where the TVETs are. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the TVETs are going to be key to the industrialization of this country, particularly if you look at value addition, if you look at agro-industrialization, because I don't see, as agriculturally based economy, how we are going to move into industrialization without actually going through agro-industrialization. And who will do this is the people who come from the TVETs. You go to Gikomba, Mr. Speaker, and you find those people produce all these metal boxes, all these wheelbarrows are produced there. And now these are things many of them learned on their own. What about if they had the added advantage of having gone through formal training and formal education, giving them skills? So I think this is an area where if we get this Dr. Juan, he will actually help us in industrialization. We are talking manufacturing. You do not need PhDs in engineering in manufacturing, actually. You need technologists and technicians in manufacturing. The PhDs and the masters, they design the things, but in actual doing. That is why sometimes you hear that people say that engineering graduates from our universities cannot work in industry, because people are employing them as technologists and technicians. That is not what they tend to do. So now, if we have this, the manufacturing, one of the big four agenda, cannot really be successful unless we have somebody leading in that department that will do that. Look at housing. Although we are talking of housing and we are thinking that we are going to have huge projects building high-level houses. The really housing for people in the rural areas will be when we have people who have these skills, who can do neat, simple houses properly with proper electrification, proper plumbing systems. This will only come from the TVETs. So, Mr. Speaker, the government has invested heavily in TVETs, something which I support, something that will take us far. And therefore, to appoint a man of this caliber, I support, and I hope, if he's hearing me, that we are looking forward to changing our production. We shouldn't import even small things from other countries. Now that we can't go to China, the small radios and the small things we get, we should do that ourselves. As regards Ambassador, Mr. Speaker, again, this is a State Department of University Education and Research. Mr. Speaker, his 30 years experience in public service as a diplomat in education, particularly in education, is necessary. The challenge we have in our university education now is that about 5-10 years back, we had a massive expansion of the university spaces, which for two factors. One, there was obvious cheating in exams. So apparently we had a number of students, pupils, who actually qualified. Now when we tightened that, now we don't even have enough spaces for them. We now want to put the universities together. Mr. Speaker, the other factor is that we delinked bed space and admissions. This has become a big security problem. And the third one is we are now talking of a curriculum-based, competence-based curriculum. This must be based on research. We have somebody who understands research so that we run our country in these matters with the scientific, technical background, not just because people are connected or they have some political backing. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the appointment of the two officers in the positions that they are to be appointed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just to draw the attention of the House, the fact that there are 3 more approvals after this. But also for the comfort of the member for Seme, the sentiments that you've expressed were captured in the general observations of the report of the Committee on Appointments. The need to have a fresh look at the roles played by some of those institutions. Indeed, in some jurisdictions, witnesses are even called and sworn in to testify about what they know about the nominee. But more importantly, again, that may not be able to be achieved here because of the timelines that we've put in Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, which is the reason the committee has recommended that that needs to be removed alongside the want, if the House does not do that, they be deemed to have been appointed. So all that is contained in the report, I'm sure. But you got it right, because those are some of the concerns that the committee, all these committees have had these kind of problems, that the time available, you must give the public sufficient time, but after that, then the timelines become too tight, so that it becomes very difficult for you to even invite people whom you might have wanted to invite, even on your own motion, to come and speak about a nominee. But I think if we can expand that, not just even to that days, even 2 months or 3 months, so that the committees of the House, and even the House here, when it sits here, members have sufficient time to express themselves. Those are the concerns which are captured in the report, the earlier report which you referred to. But again, that's why, again, drawing your attention to the fact that there are 3 others. So we maybe, but let me hear the father of the House, what he has to say in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute on these important appointments. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the House Committee, Education Committee on these appointments. The two proposed principal secretaries are very well qualified. And like my colleague I just said, Dr. Nikal, this country, for it to develop from third world, first world, we must have people with technical skills. Not necessarily with the PhDs. I think it's much more important for this country to have people with the technical skills. And the government, we should thank it for bringing out this policy of TVETs. We are now going to have, understand, TVETs in every constituency in this country. We must find a way of attracting students to join these TVETs. Maybe we prepare, and this House has got the ability to do it, we prepare to set aside a specific amount of money for bursaries for those students who want to join TVETs. On research, Mr. Speaker, research this, the nominee for research, Simon, is a man of a vast experience on research. And I'm sure, I'm confident that he will perform that position once he's given that position. I therefore, I pay support the recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
To a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the business pending on the order paper and looking at the mood of the House, and from the exhaustive way the Committee on Education has moved this motion for the appointment of Dr. Julius Ouma and Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, will I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request the mover to reply in line with the standing order number 95 so that we can move the next business. I thank you.
Is it the mood of the House that the mover be called upon to reply? Very well. Mover, Honorable Meli.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members and the Committee of Education for the good work well done and for the contributions. I know, Honorable Speaker, if the House approves the two nominees, they will actually do a good job. They will actually be the officers who will take the education sector up in the next period. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I ask that may you, the House approves the two nominees. Thank you. I beg to reply, yes.
Very well. Members, for obvious reasons, I defer putting the question and move to the next order. Next order.
Order number 13, special motion, approval of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Fiscal Planning.
This is by the Honorable Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its report on the vetting of the nominee for the appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to provisions of Article 1553B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Joash Onyango Momanye as the Principal Secretary for the State Department of Physical Planning. Honorable Speaker, before I go to the subject, I would like to take this opportunity to thank your office and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for ensuring that as a parliamentary committee, we stick to the laid procedures And without going into details, I would like to thank very much the Parliamentary Committee on Lands for the members' commitment to our agenda on the time that they take, ensuring that they scrutinize issues, interact with the person that we were vetting. Honorable Speaker, after the communication that you gave on the 24th of January 2020, on the 10th of February 2020, in exercise of your powers after reading the message from the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Parliamentary Committee on Lands took the steps that are required before the nomination. Honorable Speaker, I wish to confirm that the committee complied with the Constitution and statutory requirements regarding the vetting exercise and placed an advert in the print media on Wednesday, 12th of February 2020, as stipulated in the law. Further, in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution, Section 6.4 of Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and Standing Order 54.3, the Clerk of the National Assembly on Friday, the 14th of February 2020, placed an advertisement in the print media inviting the public to the Departmental Committee on Lands approval hearings on Thursday, 20th February 2020. Honorable Speaker, by close of submissions deadline, the committee had received 2 statements on oath, one by Mr. Mwangi Abdi Omari and the other by Mr. Rashid Abraham Omar, contesting suitability of the nominee to hold the office as Principal Secretary, State Department of Physical Planning. The 2 statements, Honorable Speaker, and the replying affidavits were also received, and they are annexed in the report in terms of the way the candidate or the nominee responded to the matters. The committee considered the affidavits, Honorable Speaker, and observed that the affidavit by the deponent, Mr. Rashid Omar, and also Mr. Mwangi Abdi, to be jointly considered because the subject matter was the same. The committee observed that the 2 affidavits by the deponents were written statements on oath. Therefore, they were admitted. Further, Honorable Speaker, the deponents raised issues on the suitability of the nominee in terms of his ability and personal integrity of the candidate, which in accordance with Section 6, 7, and 7 of the Act, some of the issues that I would like to look into to show this House that the House really looked into the matters that were raised. On the question of leadership and integrity, the committee sought clarification from the nominee on whether he had received any money. And the matter that was in question was collection of 2,000 shillings per individual in a place where a slum upgrading project was being done. And to specifically quote this place is the Korogosho slum upgrading project, where the nominee was involved as a leader. The nominee stated that he actually was involved in this project, and he gave a detailed affidavit in response to the allegations. The nominee stated, to the best of his knowledge, that him, being a government officer, he did not benefit from this money. This money was meant for the committees that were meant to agree on issues of how the survey was being done and other costs that were going together with the slum upgraded. So he clarified to the committee that he was not a beneficiary. On the question on what the role of an institution, or rather a company called Geodev Limited, played in Korogosho slum upgrading project, the nominee observed that the company had been procured competitively to provide beaconing services and was paid a cost of 2 million, and him, as the leader of this project, he was not involved anywhere. He added that no statutory payments were made to the said company, as it was alleged by the people who had written the 2 documents. Honorable Speaker, on the question on whether he ever received any complaints from the residents of Korogosho slum upgrading program, the nominee stated that he had received several complaints during his work from the residents, and he responded to all of them adequately and timely. Honorable Speaker, on the question of correct name of the nominee, which was also raised by several members from the committee, the committee noted that the nomination notification indicated that the name of the nominee was stated as Enoch Momanyi Onyango, while the attached curriculum vitae recorded the name as Enosh Onyango Momanyi. The EACC DCI office and Office of the Registrar also stated the names as Enoch. Save for HELB, that is Higher Education Loans Board, KRA, all the others had cleared him as Enoch. So, Honorable Speaker, we decided to delve into this matter to make sure that we clarify. So, Honorable Speaker, during the approval hearings, the nominee submitted his original birth certificate, identification card, his passport, which indicated that his name is Enosh Onyango Momanyi. He also informed the committee that he had inquired from the appointing authority about the anomaly and had been informed that the same would be rectified by communication to the Clerk of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I would like to clarify that before we finalized writing this report, we indeed received a letter from the appointing authority which clarified the issue of the name, that it is Enosh Onyango Momanyi and not Enoch Onyango Momanyi. Honorable Speaker, we decided to follow into this matter because we felt that it is a matter that was important to clarify, especially when it comes to identification. On other matters, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that Mr. Enosh is highly educated, is highly experienced in public service, and he has worked a lot for the government of Kenya and beyond. He has been involved in running several projects within the ministry that he is working in. And Honorable Speaker, the committee felt convinced that he is suitable in terms of his education and in terms of his experience to sit into the office of the Principal Secretary. Honorable Speaker, further, the committee observed that the nominee was passionate about matters relating to physical planning and also had broad experience and understanding of knowledge on physical planning, thematic field. So he was able to understand the subject matter. Honorable Speaker, the nominee also possesses adequate and vast experience and a lot of training, both within the country and also outside the country, in matters relating to project management, urban development, housing, which are all related to physical planning, Honorable Speaker. Also, the nominee had broad experience in public service, as I had said earlier, having worked in various capacities, including as a housing officer, rising to the rank of an assistant head in charge of Human Settlement Division, assistant director of Human Development in the Ministry of Local Government, senior assistant director of Urban Development in the Ministry of Local Government, director of Urban Development and Secretary Urban and Metropolitan Development, where he is currently. The nominee was tax compliant. He didn't have any issues with the EACC, DCI, and he didn't have any matter with being affiliated to any political party. He had clearance and carry. Honorable Speaker, I would like to end at that and say that as a committee, we feel that Mr. Enosh is qualified, as the experience, and is suitable to be a Principal Secretary in the ministry. Having conducted approvals, Honorable Speaker, hearing for the nominee pursuant to Article 1553 of the Constitution, Section 382 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and Standing Order 199, the committee recommends that this House approves the nomination of Mr. Joash Onyango Momanyi for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department of Physical Planning. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Baya to second.
The chair, just before you sit down, you may want to correct the name Joash to Enosh. Enosh. I think because of the confusion that you as a committee wanted to correct, it is good to have the record that you are seconding the right name. I think.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to state
Yes.
the names that Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi, but not Enoch. So I would like to move that this House approves the nomination of Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department of Physical Planning, and I would like to invite the Honorable Baya to second.
Very well done, Chair. The Honorable Bayaya.
Thank you, Speaker. It's an honor and a great pleasure that I stand to actually second my chair for the nomination of Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi as Principal Secretary, State Department of Physical Planning. Mr. Speaker, having interrogated and participated in the vetting process of Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi as a member of the Lands Committee, we have confidence and we are convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that the nominee is appointable and he will do a good job as a PS in that department. Honorable Speaker, when we interrogated the said gentleman, and we looked at the qualifications in terms of academic qualifications, he possesses a Bachelor of Education bachelor's degree in lands and a master's in housing and administration. Looking at his experience, Mr. Speaker, you realize that this is a man that has worked himself up in the ladder in the public service. For many years, I think he has held positions since he graduated at the University of Nairobi and joined the public service and has gone through one rank after the other and has immense wealth of knowledge and experience in executing the mandate and the duties that is ahead of him. We were actually convinced through his passion and his thoughts about what physical planning is and what this country requires in terms of physical planning. He expressed himself very well with passion and ability and skill. We realize that this is a man who has immense knowledge about physical planning. And every time we asked him a question in the subject matter, we could see, he was flying, able to express himself and able to delineate facts and opinion from opinions, and and looking at the risks that this country has taken for many years, where development, especially in our cities and in urban centers, that has gone on without due process in the physical planning, and that he has the wherewithal to be able to say, let's correct here, let's change this, let's make it better here. Now, this country moving forward, especially with the new laws that we are passing in this parliament on the value index bill and also the sectional properties bill, all these are things that he's in tandem with. He's actually in tandem with a lot of the acts and the laws that regulate the physical planning. If there's a man who is aware and is knowledgeable and a person who is conscious about the laws that exist in physical planning, this is a man who carries all that information. And therefore, we have no doubt as a committee that Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi will do a good job as a PS because he's aware. He's also aware of the kind of laws that need to be changed to actually be able to thrive within the current setup in this country. So he gave us very good. In terms of leadership, Enosh Onyango Momanyi came out as a true leader in the area and in the discipline. Because this is a person that if you look at his history, he was happy to tell us that he was once a teacher. And when he talked to us as a person with that kind of a background, that he is able to educate and teach and de-learn and teach, and give other people leadership. The fact that he is PS, or he is nominated for PS, does not remove him from the fact that he needs to provide leadership in the subject area, even those guys who are physical planners by training. I heard him say very clearly, the only thing that I need to do is provide leadership for the State Department, and things will run and flow. Without leadership, even if you are knowledgeable in the area, even if you know everything, but if you are unable to lead a team, you will not succeed. I think his experience in the Korogocho upgrading slum, of course there are issues that were mentioned here and there that were not very good about him, but I think he learned a lot of things in how to handle people, and how to handle department, and how to give leadership. So I can stand here confidently, Mr. Speaker, and tell you that the vast leadership trainings that he has, the vast leadership skills that he has, is what we need for success in that physical planning department. One interesting thing, Mr. Speaker, although we are still waiting for the order from the executive on delineation of functions from Minister of Lands and or State Department of Lands and now physical planning, he is aware of what needs to be done to actually correct the many issues that have bedeviled this. You know, for many years, physical planning has not had a budget. Right now, I think the budget that there is around 48 million for the whole sector, because it was just a small appendage of lands. But now when it is delineated, I think there'll be a proper budget. As a committee of lands, I think with my chair's support, we'll be able to now allocate funds for physical planning. Funds which would be used to do the things, especially the growth of new urban centers and the presidency initiative in housing, you know, and the Big Four agenda. It all dovetails to one thing, that we need to have good planning in this country, especially physical planning. Now, with Enosh's ability and thoughts and leadership in the area, I think the president's agenda, I can say, is safe and secured to be able actually to achieve what he wants with a person of this ability. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the executive to hurry up and ensure that they have delineated these two functions so that we have the State Department of Lands and physical planning and the function, so that as we give the job to this gentleman, he can run with it and give us success as a country in this area. I only have one thing to add, Mr. Speaker, which my chair mentioned. In the vetting process, there was a confusion on the names. And I think the State Department and Kinyua's office clarified, the House also clarified that it was not Enoch, but it was Enosh. But what disappointed us, and I think the Speaker, my chair pointed out, is that the other bodies that were supposed to clarify and give clearances actually gave us also clearances on the wrong name. And that is what really surprised all of us, on the wrong name. Because the president's appointment was that he traded Enoch, but gave an ID number. These guys who were supposed to clear, they actually cleared on a record of an Enoch which does not exist. But the ID number was correct. But they gave us names instead of telling us they said Enoch is not Enoch but Enosh. They actually said Enoch is actually Enoch of this ID number. And I think that is where we asked our question as a committee. What do these institutions do? When the president nominates someone, do they go out and advise correctly? Or they also go because there's a mistake that has been made, they want to perpetuate them. The question is, do they actually have records of us? You know, and this is actually some of the things that we need to rectify and tell them that during vetting, it's an important exercise. That's why it has to come to Parliament. And with that seriousness, they need also to do the same thing and do proper due diligence on the candidates that have been nominated by His Excellency the President, so that we get to record. I think it is only Higher Education Loans Board and KRA, I think KRA, that actually gave us the correct name. But EACC, Director of Criminal Investigation, Police Department, all of us gave us the wrong name. But the ID number was actually for the gentleman that we were vetting. So these are things that I think Manbadi, my leader of minority, talked about it, that there needs to be seriousness in the vetting processes that are done by other statutory bodies as they provide and supply Parliament with information. But having said all this, Mr. Speaker, I want to second and say that this gentleman is fit to hold office and will make Kenya proud in the State Department of Physical Planning. Thank you very much.
It's usually very difficult to please the Honorable Bayaya, and he seems to be very confident in this particular candidate. Maybe those vetting institutions, maybe they also were in the same hurry that some of us are accused of being in by the Honorable Dr. Nyikal. Sometimes we do things in a hurry. But having said that, honorable members, allow me to propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as a Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Sub-Article 3, Paragraph B of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Physical Planning. The Honorable Kingola will have the first go at it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the chairperson of the Committee of Lands, Mr. Speaker, I'm now convinced that this person is the right person to be there. Mr. Speaker, fiscal planning is the future, is the heart of any nation that cares about the physical, social, economic welfare of a place and its dwellers. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of passion of fiscal planning. Mr. Speaker, from the Fiscal Planning Act, Chapter 286, when I look around, Mr. Speaker, we've not been embracing the Fiscal Planning Act. And now, in fact, I'm not afraid to say, Mr. Speaker, if we embrace Fiscal Planning Act and the laws in it, I will not be ashamed to say now that Nairobi is under national government. Mr. Speaker, we can now have the fiscal planning of these towns. And Mr. Speaker, again, when I look at the country holistically, unless we embrace fiscal planning, in 20 years or 30 years' time, Mr. Speaker, this country will not be able to feed itself. When you look at all the agricultural land of this country, Mr. Speaker, it has been subdivided to build houses, and we have left this country without arable land that we can use to produce food that can build this nation. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Big Four agenda of the president, there is no way we can achieve it unless we are food sufficient. So, Mr. Speaker, with the fiscal planning PS, being a person with a background and a profession in this field, I'm now convinced that this country might fix it. And I think this is a time now the executive sits and implements the Fiscal Planning Act to its end. Because unless we do that, Mr. Chair, you know, I was once a mayor, and I can tell you, it is only 10 years ago. When you look at our towns, they are in pathetic shapes in terms of planning. There is no zoning. You find industries, residential areas mixed up. Mr. Speaker, we now lose the meaning of fiscal planning because it is supposed to be making the physical, social, and economic place of the dwellers of that area be happy and live well. But now, what are we seeing? Mr. Speaker, you have seen areas, even Nairobi, the Kileleshwa, the Lavington of this town. Now, it is almost a slum. Mr. Speaker, that is failure for us to plan and zone our cities. If you go to London today, Mr. Speaker, I feel very embarrassed to see big chunks of land, farmlands, and those are 300 years plus years of democracy. And because of planning, Mr. Speaker, they can now feed the populace, and Mr. Speaker, they have even land for expansion. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the findings of the committee that this person is the right person to be there. And when I listen to the chair and Honorable Mbaya, Mr. Speaker, I think now we can fix this act and we have the person who can implement it to the latter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ngwenye.
For giving me a chance to contribute on this nominee. Mr. Speaker, before I make my comments, I want to declare my personal interest that this nominee comes from my constituency. I've known him since he was a young man, a young boy. And he's a guy who has worked in public service committedly over the years. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Enosh has worked on all those levels. He started from a very low level, but he has worked on all those levels. And if we approve, like I'm going to recommend that we approve his nomination, his appointment, he will make sure that other employees of public service will be working committedly, believing that if they perform well, they will be rewarded with the promotions. Mr. Enosh Momanyi is one person of vast experience in the physical planning, and member in housing, and as like my colleague said, this country is moving to a season or to an era where we have no land. We must, whatever little land we have, we must be able to plan it. In New York, in Dubai, in Washington, D.C., and wherever. This is a person who has got vast experience that can accomplish that. And with our big four agenda on housing and manufacturing, is a person who can plan. Where do you set up manufacturers? Where do you set up industries? And where do you set up settlement of our people? So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee. They have done a thorough research, even to correct his name. You know, somebody mischievously, probably mischievously, I hope it's not mischievously, may have misspelled his name when they were giving the name to the appointing authority. But since it has been corrected, and that's the correct name, is Enosh Onyango Momanyi. That's his name. These other agencies that were giving wrong names, maybe we should talk to them next time before we take seriously their recommendations. We must know what they do. Do they check out the information that they are going to give, or they don't? With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to seek all your approval for this nominee to be approved as a PS for fiscal planning. Thank you.
Very well. Let's get to the far end. Honorable Mishiboko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also stand to support the report by the Lands Committee on the nomination of Mr. Enosh Momanyi. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that from the onset that Mr. Momanyi has really demonstrated that he has a lot of knowledge in terms of physical planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the person has the requisite academic credential. He has a bachelor degree on land economic and also a master degree on housing administration. This is an added advantage, knowing that right now we have the 4 agenda, where one of the components of the 4 agenda is on housing. Mr. Speaker, when we were vetting this man, Mr. Momanyi, he could really answer technical questions, demonstrating that he has knowledge in terms of physical planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, although there was a petition by the Korogocho slum members and the committee, this person could really elaborate and even inform how the 2,000 were paid by the members of Korogocho to the committee of Korogocho slums. And actually that money was given to the committee for the purposes of the slum upgrading. He also informed the committee that that money never benefited himself nor any official from the government. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it has been so many challenges in terms of physical planning in the national level and also in the county level.
And Mr. Speaker, this is the right time that we have to get a principal secretary in charge of the physical planning, Mr. Speaker. Because we know if we have somebody who is knowledgeable, who can really bring new proposal, who can formulate some new policies to ensure that all the gaps which have been witnessed in terms of physical planning can really be filled. Mr. Speaker, I want to say also this man was very humble and he was very gentle and he was also passionate in this area of physical planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I would want to advise this man is that he needs to be very strong, to also to be very bold in making decision in case he's given this opportunity, so that all those challenges which have been witnessed right now in our country regarding physical planning can be an history, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have really been crying on so many issues regarding physical planning, and there were no solutions. Mr. Speaker, when we were vetting Mr. Momanyi, he could even tell us some proposal which he thinks that if they are going to be employed in this department, then things could change, Mr. Speaker. He could also talk about those challenges which are there currently, and he could also propose some solutions, which for us as members of that committee, we found that this solution were really tangible and a solution which can really bring some reforms in this sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want also to say this person is also tax compliance. So in terms of leadership and integrity, he passed all the tests, Mr. Speaker. He has a clearance from the EACC, clearance from the DCI, clearance from Register of Political Parties, and he also has a certificate from KRA showing that he's a patriotic Kenyan who has been paying his taxes to the KRA, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this person has also did some short courses, and he has gone to so many international conferences regarding physical planning issue, regarding housing issues, and he has so many certificates. We show that he has that capacity to execute all issues pertaining physical planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this man also demonstrated excellent leadership skills, evidenced by the various positions he has undertaken in the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, currently he was the secretary in terms of urban metropolitan development. And in that docket, Mr. Speaker, he has done so many things. He had even formulated so many policies. He has created so many ways and systems, so that it can also avert all the challenges witnessed in the physical planning. I want to urge my fellow colleagues in this parliament to pass this man, because I know very well this man, because he's knowledgeable, he's experienced, he's a humble man. In terms of leadership and integrity, he knows the subject very well. This is the person who is going to bring reform in the sector of land, and especially in physical planning. I beg to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall we have Honorable Orori?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also rise to voice. I also, Mr. Speaker, rise to support the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, of the Committee on Lands of the nomination and appointment of Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi as a Principal Secretary in the Department of Fiscal Planning. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that, Mr. Speaker, as much as Mr. Momanyi, who is the nominee, and I'm also known as Ben Momanyi, Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight, Mr. Speaker, that we are not related. We have never met. I have only all the issues that have been raised about the said Mr. Momanyi, Mr. Speaker. I have only seen them on paper, and I've only gone through them, Mr. Speaker, through the statements and through the statements of the committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from what we have heard from the committee, Mr. Speaker, this is a very competent person. This is a person who will bring change in this department, and these are the people, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps the president needs now, given that he's doing his last leg, given that he's doing his last leg in the office, so that he's able to achieve, Mr. Speaker, his legacy as the
fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issues which have been raised here about the name and the clearance by agencies using the wrong name, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish Mr. Speaker to inform the House that these days, Mr. Speaker, most of the records, Mr. Speaker, are by the ID numbers, Mr. Speaker. Once you key in the ID number, Mr. Speaker, all the records just come out, Mr. Speaker. I therefore believe that most of these agencies, Mr. Speaker, relied on the ID number which was correct and brought and cleared the said nominee, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of that ID number. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to agree with the committee that this Mr. Enosh Onyango Momanyi, Mr. Speaker, is appointed to the Department of Fiscal Planning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Shall we have Honorable Kioni?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate that is before the House, and I wish to say on the onset that I support this nomination and commend the committee for the work that they have done. When I left the university and I was employed in the Ministry of Housing, that was like maybe my second, third opportunity to work in the civil service. I was placed under the management of Enosh Momanyi Onyango, or I think that is the way, Onyango Momanyi. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, from the onset, even when we were working together, we used to call him Enoch. This name Enosh is also not very easy, especially for those of us who come from an area that S and H and C and H give us a problem. So we are more comfortable with calling him Enoch. But I want to thank the committee for having done that due diligence and establishing his actual name, so that what the person we are approving is the same person as per the documents. Mr. Speaker, he has correctly been described by members who have spoken before me, and he is a person, I think, who chose from the beginning to serve the public, because certainly the time that I was at his management, I was a young person, and you can actually see him perhaps almost 30 years later. He is still keen on serving the public, and I believe that he is going to be useful to this ministry, to this department. Like others have said, he has vast experience in the area of fiscal planning, housing administration, and matters related thereto. But I think it's important to say that he comes at a very crucial time when we see the fiscal planning aspects of our country really put to the side. Not a lot of respect is being paid to that aspect, and I don't know, but I believe that he will have an opportunity to even influence the issue of land use in our country. And if we don't pay attention to the way we are using our land, and I know the committee chair and the whole team is also to speed with this issue, we are certainly going to find ourselves having lost that land that would have been useful to us, perhaps in form of agriculture, because again, speaking of Kiabu, which is next to us, and every one of us would have either passed through there going home or something. You see what we are doing with the used to be the coffee plantations. The red soil, which is really a layer commodity across the world. We now have decided to cover it with concrete, and we are happy to do so. Last night I passed through that area, and unfortunately quite a number of even the houses that have been put up again are now empty. They have no, they don't have tenants, they have no buyers. So we have issues that we need to think about. The turning of our land from agriculture quickly to residential without some form of consideration. The subdivision of agricultural land to plots of 100 by 50 by 100, which the member for Funyura will have sold a few and perhaps found his way to Bunge. It's not quite a very good thing, but it is something that it is something that we need to be careful about as a country. It may help you for now, but the coming generations will certainly suffer. And we hope that the Enoch will address himself to these issues and help us get some direction as a country. I want to say that his demeanor is that of a person who wants to serve you. Even when I was a member of parliament the other term, him and with the help of the former Deputy Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi, they helped me get an ambulance in Daragwa 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, and it is the only ambulance that is still serving that constituency. So I have a reason to support him. Other than his good performance, he's also careful to look at areas that are not considered by many others. That is, was very important for me as a person coming from an area that really deserves. I am told from the report that his net worth to date, which is a very important thing for us as members of parliament, we need to know whether we give you an opportunity to go and steal or enrich yourself. His net worth is anything to go by, and the time he has been working in the civil service, then you can actually see a person who certainly has had opportunity to steal. I can tell you the profession that was my first profession with the member for Nyura is you come across these issues and you can decide to do the wrong things, and you can also decide to do the correct thing. And he has actually, I think, given the way him and I struggle around here, we chose to do the right thing. And this nominee also has chosen to do the right thing. He had the opportunity to steal. He never stole. If for nothing else, I would want to support him for that, because he's a good example of how a public servant should use the office that has been entrusted to him. And we ask him, even as he heads towards his retirement, he should not be tempted to do those that others have done. And with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I am delighted and happy that my boss has finally been nominated to do that which perhaps he sought to do when he joined this career or the profession of the radded individuals. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Honorable Kioni, I'm not sure you look like you are struggling. You've been saying you have been struggling around. Or is the struggle different from what people are thinking? But there is nothing to clarify on Honorable Udo. But what is out of order, Honorable Asheri? You seem to have pressed an intervention.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have been listening keenly on contributions of members, those from the committee and those from the outside the committee. And Chair, this assignment we have under public appointments, parliamentary approval, most of the work is done at committee level. Most of the details, questions, and if there are any issues to be raised, is usually done at committee level. And for those of us who also belong to other committees, we actually rely mostly on what the committee that is oversighting this sector is doing. And I've listened to the chair.
I know you have a point, but you seem to be taking the longer route.
Yes.
Honorable Sherry. So
Chair,
that you are,
I wanted to take
I don't
a longer
assume
route.
you are contributing.
Chair, I wanted to take a longer route because Honorable Undo's name was mentioned and he was like, he must also contribute. But I just wanted to request Honorable Undo and many other members who may wish to contribute. Given the other business we have in this House, I rise on standing order number 95 to just request them to allow this go, not unless they are going to oppose. Not unless they are going to oppose, I will bend. But if they are going to support what we have, all of us have been doing, I would really wish that they understand my position and call the mover to reply. Thank you.
You see, Honorable Sherry, look, you may not request them. It is now the responsibility of the Speaker to establish whether you read the mood correctly or not. Honorable members, I will put the question that the mover be be now called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the House for the deliberations that we have had concerning this nominee, Mr. Enoch Onyango Momanyi. I would like to thank them for the positive comments that they have made and also the good comments they have made about the quality of the work that we have done. And without much ado, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, we shall not put the question at this particular time. We shall do that at a later time, possibly tomorrow. Next order.
Order number 14, special motion, approval of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Honorable Udo, you are the chair, at least for purposes of this one. Very well. Honorable Udo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My senior made a lot of reference to myself, but in view of the fact that I'm here to move the motion, I will look for an appropriate opportunity to make a rebuttal. In any case, suffering or struggle is relative, but we have lived a very clean and square life. That's why we can sit here without any fear of being arrested or being arraigned anywhere. And you can rest assured, most of us who studied land economics, we did proper economics, and we know how to manage our affairs. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee, of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as a Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 1553B of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Ambassador Johnson Mwangi Mweru as the Principal Secretary for the Department of Trade and Enterprise Development. Honorable Speaker, on 23rd of January 2020, the Speaker of the National Assembly received a notification from His Excellency the President, who in exercise of his powers and Articles 132(2)(d) and 155(3) of the Constitution, has nominated Ambassador Johnson Mweru Mwangi for appointment as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry and Enterprise Development. On 12th February 2020, in the exercise of the powers conferred on him by the National Assembly Standing Order 42, and the Honorable Speaker read the message from Excellency the President to the House and referred the nomination to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for vetting and reporting to the House within 14 days in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 45. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Chair of the Departmental Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, I wish to confirm the committee complied with the constitutional and statutory requirements regarding the vetting exercise and place an advert in the print media on Wednesday, 12 February 2020, inviting the public to submit memoranda by way of written statement on oath on the suitability of the nominee in conformity with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. The advert indicated that the submissions were to be received by Tuesday, 18 February 2020 at 5 p.m. Further, in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution, Section 6(4) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and Standing Order 45(3), the Clerk of the National Assembly on Friday 14 February 2020 placed an advertisement in the print media informing the public of the intention by the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to conduct the approval hearing on Tuesday 20th February 2020 from 10 a.m. Honorable Speaker, by close of the submission deadline, the committee had not received any affidavit contesting and to add supporting the suitability of the nominee to hold office as Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade and Enterprise Development. During the approval hearing, the nominee submitted his original identification card and clearance letters from the Director of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, the Higher Education Loans Board, and the Kenya Revenue Authority. In regards to the Ethics and Corruption Commission, EACC, the EACC on 20th February wrote to the Clerk of the National Assembly informing him that the Commission had not conducted any investigation with regard to the nominee. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the nominee's curriculum vitae, written and oral submissions, made the following observations and findings. That 1, the nominees are Kenyan citizen by birth of identity card number 8678895 and does not hold any other citizenship. He was born in Nyeri County in 1967. 2, he holds a Master's of Arts degree, Economics and Finance from the University of Leeds and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics from the University of Nairobi. He indicated orally that he's a registered student for a PhD degree program in a university in Belgium, majoring in APS. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 155(3)(a) of the Constitution, the nominee was duly nominated as per the letter reference OP CAB.1/40A dated 20th February 2020 from the Head of Public Service conveying the report of the Public Service Commission to the committee. By close of notice on Tuesday 18 February 2020 at 5 p.m., the Office of the Clerk had not received any affidavit contesting the suitability of the nominee following an advert placed by the Clerk of the National Assembly on Wednesday 12 February 2020 in the print media informing the general public of the nomination by the President and the intention of the committee to conduct approval hearing. Honorable Speaker, as many as the other members who have moved similar motions have indicated, the lack of interest by the public to provide any information, either contesting or supporting any presidential appointee that comes for approval in this House is a matter of concern that as a House, as the Speaker has directed, will have to be addressed. 4, having satisfied the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya on leadership and integrity by A, being cleared by the Director of Criminal Investigation, Kenya Revenue Authority on Tax Compliance, Higher Education Laws Board, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. B, in regard to Ethics and the Corruption Commission, the nominee submitted to the committee a duly stamped copy of the self-declaration form received by EACC on 14 February 2020. Honorable Speaker, it is instructive to note that during the oral presentation, oral hearing, EACC had submitted to us a letter dated 19 February 2020, which they had indicated they had not received the self-declaration form from the nominee. Yet, EACC at its Huduma Center had stamped the self-declaration form on 14 February, confirming they have received. Indeed, at that particular time, and I'm sure it has been in the media, we raised issues were raised, whether it was in order to proceed with the vetting, yet the EACC had not provided a clear and unequivocal statement on the suitability of the candidate. However, we were duly advised by the Legal Office of Parliament that the mere fact that EACC had not submitted a report did not bar the committee from vetting the candidate. Consequently, the clerk submitted the self-declaration form by the nominee for the commission to finalize the clearing process. After the approval hearing, EACC indeed confirmed via the letter reference EACC 0.7/10/5, volume 8, 917, dated 20th February 2020, that they had not undertaken any investigations where the nominee had been found culpable. C, he has never been charged with a criminal offense in any court of law in Kenya or elsewhere in the world. Pursuant to Article 75(1) of the Constitution, the nominee has no engagement or association will cause any conflict of interest. Honorable Speaker, at this particular time, the nominee was put to task to really explain and expound on that particular aspect. He clearly said he has no other source of income other than employment, as he is currently employed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He again indicated his spouse is also a civil servant without any other interest other than the interest in public service. So on that, we confirm that indeed when appointed, it will not arise a matter of conflict of interest. E, he has never been dismissed from office for contravention of the provisions of Article 75, 76, 77, and 78 of the Constitution, which deals with the conduct, financial probity, restriction on activities, citizenship, and leadership of state officers. Honorable Speaker, as we concluded the vetting process, we took the nominee to task on policy issues, considering that the sector or the department the nominee was going to head is part of the basket that constitutes manufacturing, and that's why it's one of the key aspects of the Big Four agenda. Honorable Speaker, we made him understand the challenges affecting the sector, and more so, we told him the issue of the widening trade deficit among us international trading partners. We took him the issue of the challenge faced by the local traders due to the crackdown on counterfeit, which also, of course, nets in genuine traders or genuine importers. We noted that the wholesale trade, retail and trade sector has been has accounted to about 74% GDP in 2018, and has had a positive impact on employment, constituting about 13.5% of employment in the private sector. In 2018, the sector grew by 6.3%, and in 2019, considering 3 quarters, it grew by 5.4%. Having taken him through all those, and having received his response and his commitment to serve in the industry, we concluded that having worked as the Director, Economic and External Trade at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and as a Kenyan ambassador to Brussels and representative of the European Union, he demonstrated more knowledge and adequate knowledge in the international trade and diplomacy sector, and enough knowledge in local trade issues. Honorable Speaker, having considered the suitability, capacity, and integrity of the nominee, and pursuant to Article 155(3) of the Constitution and Section 8(2) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011, the committee unanimously recommended the National Assembly approves the nomination and subsequent appointment of Ambassador John Mwangi Weru to the position of Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. Honorable Speaker, I ask my member of the committee, Honorable Gishimo, of Gishugu to second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gishumu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to second this motion of approval of the nominee for the position of the principal trained. Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Johnson Mwangi Weru appeared before the committee very composed and appeared to have the grasp of whatever it is required in international trade. He appears to have a wide exposure and network in the international arena, and this would be a very big advantage to this country in terms of establishing new markets for our goods and services for this country. Mr. Speaker, we trust and hope that Ambassador Johnson Mwangi Weru would be very key in the promotion of trade by way of establishing new markets, and I believe they work hand in hand with Export Promotion Council, which has already been merged with the BRAD Kenya, so that matters of trade in this country can be of benefit to the country, and especially in matters agriculture, because agriculture, we know it's the highest foreign exchange earner, whereby tea is leading and coffee comes close there and other crops follow. Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Johnson Mwangi Weru also demonstrated that he is a true servant, he is a true civil servant, and the better part of his life has been spent in serving this country at various capacities, and he was also instrumental in crafting the Vision 2030. We are 10 years to the destination of Vision 2030, and we believe he will serve critically and positively in achieving the aspirations of the crafters of the Vision 2030 for the benefit of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt as a committee that the nominee, Ambassador Johnson Mwangi Weru, demonstrated that he would serve selflessly and in public interest. He confirmed that he will work hand in hand with the Committee of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives in achieving the aspirations that the committee has been bestowed by this parliament in matters trade, industry and cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the points. A lot has been exhibited in the report by the mover, and we believe that this is a person that will be able to help this government in reaching out to other countries and expanding our trade, and also he was very committal that he will work with the committee to address the issues that are affecting the local traders. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I'll propose a question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as a Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Ambassador Johnson Mwangi Weru as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. Well, why don't we have one or two members and then we make progress? And let's have two members. I'm sure they get the feeling of the members. Even if it's just briefly, 2 members, then I will deduce the mood. Shall we start with Honorable Oyo Onyango?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for at last giving me a consideration. I've been hanging around, and I was wondering what it takes to be given an opportunity. I'm not going to competently debate on the suitability of Ambassador Joseph Mwangi Weru. A lot has been spoken to by the acting chair of that committee and his member. But during this debate, something has come up which is worth taking to records, that this House needs to vet people and pass them when they really meet the threshold. But something has come out that we have serious weakness in the agencies that we trust for the purpose of vetting these people for us. Because as was well canvassed by Honorable Wasiali, a lot of this work in this venture, in this vetting, is done in the committees. And the committees largely rely on the agencies that give us the information, that have the ability and capacity to get the correct information about the personalities. I am complaining that Parliament must take their work very seriously, and these committees must be put on notice that they should not be able to mislead the Parliament so that we end up passing people who do not meet the threshold of what we require. I'm saying this against the backdrop that a lot of those who have been nominated, who have passed through this House, are now principal suspects in major frauds outside, and their names are in the headlines of the state. People are wondering how some of them who did not have requisite education to be able to be appointed were able to be appointed. How some of them who from the onset were criminals were able to be passed by this House. So I would urge the agencies concerned to make sure that they do their work competently, such that if my name is James Koyo and somebody sends my name to ESCC or to CID at John Koyo, and we get approval from such a name, then it will be very bad. And those people must learn to take their work very seriously. Otherwise, I think that now that my good friends, very bright boys like the one who purportedly is today the chair of the Trade and Cooperative Committee, has espoused about the competence and suitability, I think I will follow. Because I trust the economists very well, I think they shall not have misled this House. Let them know that what they have, the evidence that they've adduced here, will follow you. Should anything happen in future, we'll make sure that we followed you. Thank you very much, and I support.
Well, but the member doesn't take individual responsibility. He was doing that on behalf of the committee. The decision will be made by the members. Honorable Makari.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to, first of all, congratulate the committee for the good work they have done. Listening to the move of this motion, Honorable Speaker, it was very clear that a lot of work has been done and the vetting has been very effective. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the appointment of Ambassador Johnson Weru and say this. I know Weru as a person. At one point when I was a consultant in the Governance, Justice, Law and Order Reform Program, we actually worked together. He was a liaison person for the government of Kenya. And I can confirm to honorable members that this particular officer called Johnson Weru is a very competent officer in the Republic of Kenya. He is very committed to his work. He is an officer who works without caring much about the pay, but works to get results. That time, we were in a program which was promoting the issue of results-based performance, so that you work more looking at the results other than the processes. And I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, together with the honorable members, that if we want a PS who will work to achieve results in this important docket of industry and trade, we can get a better person than Johnson Weru. And having been the Director of Trade at one point, Honorable Speaker, I can assure this House that in terms of competence, in terms of experience, Johnson Weru, Ambassador, will be able to deliver on this docket. And I only wish that we will give him the necessary support, his House, in terms of making sure that we are providing the resource
Because, Honorable Speaker, I just want to mention two things. This country is facing the challenge of counterfeit goods, Honorable Speaker. And that's a fact. And we need somebody who can clean that process so that we develop our own local industries. And in the long run, then we can achieve the Big Four agenda of achieving manufacturing a contribution to the GDP of 15%. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the pending bills in this particular department. And I am sure the mover of this motion will agree with me that at one point, they had a serious challenge getting officers in that department coming to interact with the committee when they are doing their oversight work. But I can assure them with Honorable Johnson Weru, the committee will get all the cooperation they require to drive this country to the next level. With those remarks, I support the appointment of Johnson Weru as the PS.
Very well. What is out of order, Honorable Kioni?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on standing order number 95 and to ask that we allow the mover to reply for the reasons that the mover decided to do everything. He did a very thorough job. And in fact, others are saying he is the best. But you remember what I had said earlier when I was doing the area. But again, even the contributions from the two other members suffices, because we are all in agreement as to the quality of this particular individual. So I ask that we allow the mover to reply, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, very well. Now, I must deduce and be clear about the mood of the House. And Honorable Udo seems to have gotten quite a bit of compliments, having been very detailed in his moving. But anyway, I will, that the mover be called now to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Udo.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude or move to reply, let me just make one or two issues. Yes, for sure. Just listen, and Dr. Makal Mulu has raised the issue. Honorable Speaker, yes, we have had challenges. The past CS, and we hope now with the new CS, with the new PS, and with also a new PS in charge of industry, we should be able to take this particular sector to the next level. With those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well, honorable members, we shall also pay putting the question on that particular item to a subsequent time. Next order.
Order number 15, special motion, approval of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary in the State Department for Transport.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing, Honorable Kosing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move. And I therefore move that, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 155, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and Standing Orders 216, 5F, that the committee, or my committee, recommends that the National Assembly approves the nomination of Mr. Solomon Kitungu for appointment by His Excellency the President as Principal Secretary, State Department of Transport in the Ministry, Honorable Speaker, of Transport, Public Works, and Urban Development, Honorable Speaker. And what are the reasons, Honorable Speaker, that we want to convince the House and yourself and the people of Kenya to agree with us as a committee? We want to do it, Honorable Speaker, for the following reasons. Reason number one, Honorable Speaker, that we want to convince you and the House and the people of Kenya is that the candidate was nominated in accordance with Article 155, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. So he met that condition. And what is that condition asking? The Constitution requires that the candidate must have been nominated who is among the list presented by public service to His Excellency the President. And yes, Honorable Speaker, this committee therefore confirms that the candidate was in that list. Reason number two, Honorable Speaker, from my committee, is that the nominee exhibited vast knowledge and experience, having served as in various capacities, Honorable Speaker, and as a career civil servant. Imagine, Honorable Speaker, from 1991, with experience, especially in the investment sector. So he is well versed in terms of those experiences and education, Honorable Speaker. In fact, we also found out that he went to one of the best universities in the world, where I was, Honorable Speaker. It's not the University of Nairobi. It is the University of Bradford in UK. That's the best university in terms of management and peace studies. Honorable Speaker, that is where I was as well. Reason number 3 from my committee, Honorable Speaker, is that the nominee possesses impressive knowledge of topical issues that we put him under, and shows a lot of knowledge, Honorable Speaker. And one of it, very closely, Honorable Speaker, is about restructuring of the aviation sector. You know, that is what we are doing as a committee now and as a nation. And when we put the nominee into task about those issues, he really was convinced. And Honorable Speaker, we wanted somebody who is also convicted that this industry requires restructuring so that we can save our country in terms of aviation, and particularly Kenya Airways in industry. Reason number 4, Honorable Speaker, that was deduced by my committee and presented to this House and the people of Kenya is for nomination of this candidate is that in accordance with Article 78, Sabbatical 1 and Sabbatical 2, he is a Kenyan citizen, Honorable Speaker, and does not hold dual citizenship, and therefore fit to hold a public office. This is very important, this Honorable Speaker, from my committee, because there was a problem here in this House that we approved somebody who had dual citizenship, and you know there was a problem, Honorable Speaker, but my committee then wants to confirm to the House and yourself, Honorable Speaker, and the people of Kenya, that therefore this one has no problem. There's no problem of citizenship, and there's no collusion, and therefore it qualifies, Honorable Speaker. Reason number 5 that my committee that used is that, Honorable Speaker, his academic credentials, as I said, are above board. He is well-read. He has a lot of certificates, Honorable Speaker, among them which I just said from my university, University of Bradford in UK, where I was. Reason number 6, Honorable Speaker, my committee says or found out to ask you to approve the candidate at the House is that he satisfies the requirement of Chapter 6. This is very critical, Honorable Speaker, that when we are appointing when we are processing these public servants, that they should meet the requirement of Article 6 of the Constitution, which, of course, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans know this is about integrity. And this is a very good, this is one of the few candidates that we can say, Honorable Speaker, he had not even, when we put him to question on integrity, he has not even received an audit query. And he's been also, of course, a CEO, Honorable Speaker, of Privatization Commission. He has not received any query. But what is the evidence? The evidence is he was cleared by DCI. He was cleared, of course, by RPP. RPP, of course, you know, is about political parties. He doesn't hold any seat in political parties. He was also cleared, Honorable Speaker, by HELP. He's paid his loan in according to the law and EACC. So when you have been cleared about with those by those institutions, Honorable Speaker, we have no reason to trust and present to you and the House that he is fit for the position. Reason number 7, Honorable Speaker, from my committee. The nominee has never been charged in court of law, having been, of course, cleared by DCI. It's not been had in all these fracas that we hear around. This nominee, Honorable Speaker, possesses those credentials. Reason number 8, Honorable Speaker, to the House is that from my committee, as stipulated under Article 75(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, 2010, he has no potential conflict of interest. My committee took through that, and we can confirm to the House that there's no conflict of interest when he's joining us in transport. Honorable Speaker, reason number 9 that we want to use to convince you and the people of Kenya to agree is that he satisfies also the requirement of Article 77 of the Constitution, particularly, Honorable Speaker, Sabbatical 1 of the Constitution, in that he does not intend to participate in any other gainful employment. Very critical, Honorable Speaker, requirement of the Constitution. So this candidate satisfies that. Reason number 10, he does not hold office in any political party, as I just said earlier, Honorable Speaker, because this is also a requirement by the Constitution. What section? Of course, Article 77, sub-Article 2 of our Constitution. And finally, Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons that we want to use to appraise the House and also ask the House to agree with us as a committee, Honorable Speaker, is that the nominee has never been dismissed from office under Article 75 of the Constitution. And for contravention of provisions of Article 75, sub-Article 1. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if a candidate has all those things, in fairness, we don't have the reason why we can say we deny this particular person opportunity. But as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, let me clear some small things which, of course, came during the interview and I'm sorry, during the vetting. One of it, Honorable Speaker, was that, and it's good for the people of Kenya to hear this so that they don't think that we didn't get it. There was some information that came to the committee that this candidate has no performance record in his attached to his name. And even when people went, Honorable Speaker, to even asked or took the candidate to task when he was in Privatization Commission, then the question was how many How many did you privatize? So what can you give on the table? Honorable Speaker, what the candidate convinced the committee, and we agreed, is that it is true, he's been a boardroom officer. He's done extremely well as it is required of him. Because being a boardroom officer, of course, Honorable Speaker, you don't make the decisions. He rose from the rank, the smallest rank of entry in public service, until Job Group S as a director, Honorable Speaker. And all that wrong, if you look at that rank up to Job Group S, some of us who have worked in public service before, that is where you are actually a boardroom officer. You do cabinet memos, you do letters, you do the research, you actually lead the research. If a letter comes from another place or another ministry, the PS or the CS marks to you. And for you, you do research and everything, and then present to the the acting or the officer who is supposed to act, which is the PS and the board. And Honorable Speaker, we actually followed. The nominee did extremely well in his responsibilities. And what gives evidence, Honorable Speaker, is that he rose uninterrupted from Job Group K up to R, uninterrupted, which means he was doing very well. He was asked to do this, he was doing it. So we cannot blame the candidate of having not having success, because the successes of the PS then or the minister was actually the success of this candidate Solomon Kitungu, because he was actually the brain behind the success of those departments. And therefore we give him a credit, Honorable Speaker. He actually did a lot of cabinet memos that saw approval and saw the things happening. And it came from the mind of this candidate Solomon Kitungu. Number two, we also realized, and I want to tell the people of Kenya, when he was CEO of Privatization Commission, there was a moratorium, Honorable Speaker, that privatization, we should not proceed with privatization issues at that particular time. So we cannot blame a candidate when there's a moratorium, Honorable Speaker. But what he was expected to do, he did. And I want to convince this House and Parliament and the people of Kenya that, Honorable Speaker, let's give this man a chance. With all the reasons we gave you, 10 reasons. I am sure, Honorable Speaker, yourself, you are convinced, even with the reasons I have given. And of those, then, a few remarks, Honorable Speaker, or many remarks. I want to move and ask Honorable Architect Kerao. That's why, so that people can also know, I'm calling architect because, Honorable Speaker, my committee is full of professionals. So it's very good to recognize that we have also some of the professional people. So I want to ask Honorable Kerao, Architect Kerao, to second me, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I move.
Whom did you indicate to reply?
Honorable Architect Kerao.
Full description, seconding. Yes,
Honorable Yes, he's seconding. And he's a professional, Honorable Speaker. He's a serious man.
Architect?
Yes.
Yes.
Architect, yes.
There he is.
Honorable Kerao.
Honorable Kerao, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I seek to second the motion for approval of Solomon Kitungu as the Principal Secretary, State Department of Transport. In seconding the appointment, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out some of the cardinal points we considered as a committee in our vetting process. Honorable Speaker, we all know the transport sector is one of the very key agents as we steer our country ahead Mr. Speaker, considering the sensitivity of this docket, as a committee, there were some few key issues we were particularly keen on. More particularly, the academic qualification, employment record and relevance of this to this position, knowledge of the relevant subject, integrity, overall suitability for the position, potential conflict of interest, state but a few. Honorable Speaker, we all know what the transport industry have been undergoing in this country. When you look at the airports, the matatu industry, and many other sectors which are related to the transport industry. And as a committee, we scrutinized all the issues as presented by the nominee and found them factual and accurate. It's important I point out the fact that the nominee related very well, and in view of this, we found him fit for appointment as the Principal Secretary, State Department of Transport. I second.
Very well. Honorable members, I'll propose a question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as a principal secretary, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, February 26, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Solomon Kitungu as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Transport. Shall we start with Honorable Jaldesa?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also support this candidate. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Transport Committee, I participated in the vigorous vetting process of one Solomon Kitungu, the nominee Permanent Secretary for Transport Department. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this is one candidate who has demonstrated a lot of capacity, especially technical, in as far as his appointment is concerned. Mr. Speaker, he was able to convince this committee that given the chance, he will turn around the transport sector within a short time. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about him in as far as academic is concerned. But what impressed me the most is the fact that for the 35 years he was in public service, he did not have one single incident of corruption or integrity issue. Mr. Speaker, I was also impressed with his level of understanding of the market. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I highly support the nomination of this candidate. Thank you.
Honorable Savula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the special motion on approval of the nominee. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak for only 1 minute because of time. I want to attest to the fact presented by its chairman that Kitungu is a hard-working person. In the 11th Parliament, when I was Agriculture Committee chairman, I worked with Kitungu during the privatization process. However, the process stalled because governors went to court to block the privatization of state-owned sugar factories. So Kitungu is suitable for the job, and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Koskei. Is Honorable Koskei here?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to echo and join my colleagues in supporting the appointment of Solomon Kitungu as the PS. We've looked at his papers, Mr. Speaker, and we realized he's one person, very hardworking Kenya. He has rose through the ranks, Mr. Speaker. And it's just a matter of he has not been he has not had a very good support from the high authority to give out all what it takes. But Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we want to support the appointment. Thank you.
In 1 minute in supporting this appointment, let me say this, that I hope that the young people in schools and those who want to be appointed to positions of this nature can actually see what Parliament does. EACC, DCI, Certificate of Good Conduct, KRA, let them work and be persons of integrity. Otherwise, they will never serve this country going forward. It is very important for them to pay attention to the details that are being presented by the committees. And if you don't work hard when you are young to ensure that you're a person of integrity, you have no opportunity in serving this country going forward.
Honorable Mose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to also contribute. I want, first of all, Honorable Speaker, to say that this nominee, Solomon Kitungu, had a very good academic credentials. In fact, those earlier days, to have scored Division 1 of 13 points was extremely impressive. So right from the beginning, his academic credentials were extremely good, Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say is an alumni of the University of Nairobi, where I also went some years later. And as our chairman said, he went to Bradford University. He actually forgot to say that his first stint was in the University of Nairobi. That is the one that actually prepared him where he was well prepared. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, one of the most impressive things about the nominee was that he was extremely enthusiastic, aggressive, and waiting to be given an opportunity to serve the Kenyans, not in the boardroom, but in the public. And he was extremely determined to at least make a contribution and a serious change in the industry, which has had or has serious challenges. I want to give him this opportunity so that he is able to prove to Kenyans that despite the challenges that he had in the boardroom, making very good decisions and unable to implement, he has now an opportunity to implement the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Yes, Honorable Washeri, you want to have a stab on this? We have not very many minutes to the end, when the House must rise. Honorable Washeri?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to support the position of the committee and also say that Mr. Solomon Kitungu is a person I have known very well, especially when he was in the Privatization Commission, when he was together with Wycliffe Temesi, and they did a good job. Only that the privatization sector was politicized by us, and that's why he could not achieve what he would have wished to achieve. But otherwise, he's a very good man, and I want to congratulate him. This far he has come, and wish him the best if he is finally appointed as the PS in charge of transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Honorable Kemosi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to support the appointment of Kitungu as the PS Transport. Honorable Speaker, I'm very sure that Honorable Kitungu will be able to steer the Department of Transport forward. Honorable Speaker, this is a department where we have had challenges, right from KA, the Kenya Ferry Services, KQ, all of them. I'm quite sure with this experience as the investment secretary or investment director and having worked in the other government agencies, he has the experience required and also enough training to steer forward this department. We'll be keenly watching how he'll be able to perform, and we do hope he will be able to do a good job. For those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Very well. Clearly, there are no other further interests to speak to this. I therefore call the mover, Honorable Kosing, to reply.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me this greatest opportunity to really thank my committee also, Honorable Speaker. This is a very able committee, and we really took the candidate to task to be able to demonstrate that he actually suitable for this position. So I want to thank sincerely my committee of 19 members. And I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, and it's important to say that during the vetting process, we had 100% attendance of my committee. It's not easy, Honorable Speaker, to see a committee that 19 members attend, but this is one of them, so I want to thank them. Number two, Honorable Speaker, members have spoken about a number of issues, which then I want to make clarifications and assurances. Number one, Honorable Speaker, is has been put by one honorable member here, Honorable Speaker, that this candidate was doing a lot of things at the boardroom in terms of writing the papers. Therefore, I'm happy that the members who have spoken have given him a lot of accolades and opportunity to come and implement what he was doing in the boardroom. So this is a best platform for anybody, any Kenyan, to judge the candidate, whether wrongly or rightfully. This is the best opportunity, Honorable Speaker. And this is a message to the candidate, that Kenyans are watching you. You've done very well at the boardroom. Now people want to see you working very well. Now when you're given opportunity to implement even the things that you are doing at the boardroom. Number two, Honorable Speaker, it is very critical when this candidate is coming in at the most important time in transport. What am I saying, the important time, Honorable Speaker? last session, this parliament approved nationalization of Kenya Airways because we want to save our pride, Honorable Speaker. We want to send the message very clearly to the candidate today that we as a committee expect him to expedite the process of nationalization of KQ. Because Honorable Speaker, if Parliament agrees with us, Honorable Speaker, that the candidate then should be able to get the opportunity to implement. Because, Honorable Speaker, Kenya Airways is our pride. It is the one that takes our flag all over the world. And that is why this House, Honorable Speaker, so it fit that we nationalize it so that we can be able to make it then go high in terms of taking our flag all over the world. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure the candidate knows that his tray already is full. Honorable Speaker, SGR is also one of our national investment and resource. However, Honorable Speaker, what the candidate will come to do, which we have raised as a committee, is that we needed to find a proper way of funding the operation of SGR, Honorable Speaker. Yes, SGR has produced sufficient resources in terms of revenue, but that revenue is going to escrow account, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must find a policy on how to be able to then, with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I think the candidate has had, and I thank honorable members who made positive contributions. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable Kosing, on that special motion, again, we shall pend putting the question to another time, possibly tomorrow. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 27th February 2020 at 2:30 p.m.